And this
are you
goes through to
expecting
the backyard, not goes at the end of the house and then kind of angles off, because that would
You know,
be
you can just
fucked up, wouldn't it?
I've given you the equations. You can just calculate it yourself, but you could also just admit that you don't know how.
What do you want me to calculate?
You're the one asking me to calculate shit. Do
You're
it
asking
yourself.
me for the two. What are the two mediums?
2 layers of air.
Okay, so air and air. So yeah, that doesn't work out. We get 0.
Yes, oh god, you're so stupid. It's crazy. Just
Do we
admit
have
you
to
don't
walk you
understand
through
the
this?
equation. Just admit that you don't understand the equations, man. It's fine. Thing is, like, 14-year-old children like learn about these equations at school. If you don't get it, it's okay. It's fine, man. Just
Go ahead and tell me what I have to do to get light to bend around my house, then, since you know
use the
all this.
equations. Use the equations.
Oh,
They're really-
equations will make the light bend around my house. Where do I place them? On the side of my house?
They will allow you to calculate what the temperature differences would have to be to achieve a certain angular refraction. Yes.
Is that how the military does it?
Does what?
Calculate shooting angles at lasers around angled lasers around buildings and shit. Do they take like a heat gun and heat up a building when they fly over, then they shoot a laser around it and it goes around the building? Is that how they do things?
Professor, no one likes looking like an idiot, especially around their friends.
Well, then don't come in here and try to act like you guys know what the fuck you're talking about.
I genuinely hope that this is a cathartic moment for you. I hope you think on this. I do not want to sound like an asshole here, but I hope you think back on this moment. Listen back to this conversation.
No, I don't do any of that. I don't dwell on your stupidity ever.
The point we're making, just because it's air and air, the point we're making is that it's refracting because the refractive index between two different pockets of air that have different temperatures is different. Refraction
Oh, that's called heat distortion. That's called heat distortion. You didn't call it the right thing. That's called heat distortion. That's called heat distortion. It's not called atmospheric refraction. It's called heat distortion.
Yeah, are you talking about when it's like you see a heat source and it makes the like
that's what you're seeing. Yep, that's what you see. That's heat distortion.
The air above it is wobbly. Yeah, but you know heat distortion happens because of the changing refractive index.
And you don't see. Okay, so if I build a campfire next to my house and I get heat distortion, can I now see around my house?
Well, you wouldn't be able to, because obviously if you build a fire,
you can't see around things, or we would have been doing it for 1,000 years already.
Because it's not uniformly increasing or decreasing the temperature of the air around it.
Right, we would be using it all the time as magic tricks.
So you know, sorry, I had to mute myself there because a friend called me. But you can just admit you don't understand the equations, dude. You know that, right?
What does the equation have to do when you told me my two separate mediums are air and air?
2 layers of air with different refractive indexes, yes.
Yeah, so what are the refractive indexes and how did you get that number?
So there's an equation that I put in the chat.
Go ahead and do it for me and put in all the variables so I can go ahead and run outside and start putting this shit together.
You should do it yourself. You should put all the variables together. It'd be a really good educational experience for you to solve an equation.
I don't want to be educated. I want you to give me the numbers so I can just go outside and set the shit up, dude.
I can tell.
Why do I have to do all of your work? Why do I have to do your work for you?
Bro, you're the one asking me for these fucking numbers. I gave you the resources. Do it yourself.
Well, then since you can't do it and you don't know what you're doing, you can't use that in the discussion, dude. You can't use refraction if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, so I gave you Snell's law, and I gave you an equation which relates the temperature of air to its refractive index. You can use those two equations together to figure out what, if for a given set of angles of refraction, right? Like you get to determine ahead of time, okay, how much do I want this light to bend when it goes through this kind of barrier between the 2 layers of air? Then you go, okay, I'll input that.
Yeah, that's not refraction. That's heat distortion.
I'll input that into the temperature equation, and then you can get a temperature out the other side, and it will tell you how hot the 2 layers of air have to be relative to each other.
And then 20 feet farther from that point is what?
What does that even mean, bro?
That means that what you're trying to do is say, oh, all that refraction happens at one little special point where things start bending around things.
You should calculate it yourself. It'll be really helpful to you.
So if I see 10 miles and there should be 66 feet of drop, but I see everything in 10 miles, that's refraction, bending everything up 66 feet, so I see it flat and level.
Well, I don't know the particular case you're talking about, but sometimes people, yes, when they look over like bodies of water.
Yes, so that's yes. So we cannot target line of sight then anymore. So no longer can the military use laser targeting weapons or anything like that, because if they see it at 10 miles, it's not really there according to you.
Yeah, if they're doing it over really long distances, they will almost certainly be at least approximately accounting for refraction.
How do you bend a laser around a ball 66 feet down?
Well, those equations basically explain the principle. So you should
no, they don't. They don't explain the principle.
They do.
Where's the radius of Earth in there?
You don't need the radius of Earth in there. What?
Oh, then you lost.
Why would you need that?
How are you going to know how far to bend the light around the ball?
We calculate the angle that you want.
How do you put an angle around a ball?
What do you mean? What does that mean? How do you put an angle around a ball? What does that question
mean? You can only arc around a ball. You can only arc around a ball. You can't angle around it.
Yeah, but oh my god. Okay. If I could post a picture, I would, but I can't. But if you just go look at a diagram that explains what Snell's law tells you, you should be able to figure it out with your own like modicum of intelligence. How it is that like these diagrams that show you how refractive angles are related.
Well, you should be able to figure it out then.
I can, but I'm not going to do it for you, man. I can't be asked.
Oh well, I can do it too, but I'm not going to do it for you either.
Oh, sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that all you guys got, Ben?
Probably.
You done then? That was an easy one. Easy win.
It's been quite embarrassing for you. Sorry.
For you, it has been.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, whatever you say.
Yeah, because how far are you going to bend that arc of light around the ball? How do you bend it all the way around the ball?
What does that question mean?
It's going straight at one point. It goes straight until all of a sudden it starts bending. Where is that point at?
It's a gradual process, right? Like, so so certainly if it's over a body of water, right? The refractive index is changed actually slightly by not only the temperature, because it'll be colder over the water, but also the water vapor in the air and possibly the salinity of the air as well. I don't really know, but all that kind of stuff would change the refractive index of the air above it, and it would be gradual changes, right? There'd be many layers. So I was talking about layers earlier. You have to think about it as like many layers stacked on top of each other, and the refractive kind of effect would be taking place over the whole course of the trajectory of the light. It wouldn't just be at one point.
Oh, so the temperature is the same over the whole ball?
My friend's calling me again, so we'll be back in a sec.
I figured.
You're making yourself look really stupid.
Yeah, I figured.
Children at school like learn about these equations and like do experiments to demonstrate them, right?
Yeah, I just went ahead and gave you some numbers, so now you're going to go ahead and tell me what that arc has to be and where it starts bending at. Does it bend when it leaves my laser? Does it start bending at that point?
Demonstrate the phenomenon you described, not a math equation. The equation describes the phenomenon. What do you mean? I'm talking to someone in the text chat. But so given those equations that I just gave you, what the fuck am I meant to do with this whole 4,000 miles radius thing in your mind? Like, how does that?
You need to use that equation you have to bend light in an arc around a ball with heat. With heat and air only around a dirt ball.
The fact that you think that's a relevant number to give me demonstrates that you don't understand those equations even a little bit. which is really
I'm showing you that your equations don't have any use to working on a ball.
It's very, very
Besides, that equation works only on flat surfaces. That's how you can get angles. You can't get angles from the surface of a ball. So even though you're talking about getting angles, those are from flat surfaces also. You lost again.
You don't even know when. You don't even know
Just
what
by putting theta in there means you lost.
He doesn't even know what the thetas are referring to. It's insane. You don't understand what you're talking about. You're so stupid. It's really embarrassing.
Okay, go ahead and explain how you can put an angle on the surface of a ball. If you're flying over a ball, if the light's flying over the ball and it's making angles off the ball, how do you make an angle off the surface of a ball? And how do you calculate the angle?
So the angles are describing the angle between the ray of light and the boundary between the two mediums under consideration. It's not got anything to do with an angle at the surface of the Earth. Not that would be a problem.
So how do you bend it around the ball then if the angle has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth? How do you bend it around the ball?
You don't even know what the symbols and the equations mean. It's crazy.
How do you bend it around the ball?
It's crazy work.
Okay, put it out there for us, the crazy work that you need to use to bend it around the ball.
Stupid person.
Are you going to put it out there, how you're going to bend it around the ball? I gave you the size of your globe that you guys claim it is. Now bend that light around it, and I'm going to go do it with my laser. I just pulled it out. I got my laser ready. Let's go.
Just admit that you don't understand the equations, man. Just do it. Go on. It would make everyone's life a lot easier, and I could explain them to you in a bit more detail then.
So you don't know what you're doing then?
Absolutely, mate. Whatever you need to sleep at night.
Oh, I sleep fine. I already know the Earth is flat. It's been measured that way. Flat and stationary. No bending. For your refraction, you need a flat surface for that shit to work. You can't do it over a ball.
I like how the flat earthers don't even understand motion. Like the idea that the Earth could be objectively
motion. It's flat and stationary. It's not in moving. It's not moving at all. It's not moving up and down, making you stick to it, and it's not spinning. None of those motions.
Well, it is spinning, but also there are no facts of the matter
about
whether it's in motion or not.
You would feel lighter at the equator.
People do. You can measure that effect. People do feel lighter.
No, you can't. No, people just go on vacation and eat less when they're at the beach.
That's the fucking stupidest thing I've ever heard.
So is you saying I weigh less when I go to the equator?
You just said they would weigh less when they go to the equator, and indeed that is exactly what happens.
No, and indeed people are fat too. People are also fat, dumbass, and they weigh more when they go to the equator and drink in the bar and party. You weirdo.
You know they don't have to weigh people, right? They can weigh like a kilogram mass and do it that way.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Oh, does it really not? Okay.
Whatever. No, it doesn't work.
Whatever you say, bro.
How are you going to calibrate the scale?
Against other scales?
No.
I mean, again, well, what you do, I mean, you would go and you would calibrate it to the standard kilogram.
Uh-huh. In the one spot where you started the first initial part, right? What? Then you're going to move the scale and go somewhere else with a different temperature, different barometric pressures, and you're gonna tell me that's the same as me in Ohio, and it's not, dude.
It's a shame he doesn't understand the difference between mass and weight. This is really embarrassing.
Oh, go ahead, give me the definition of mass.
So if you can have the standard kilogram.
Definition of mass. Definition of mass, dude.
Oh, so a kilogram is a kilogram.
Definition of mass, not kilograms.
But kilograms are a unit of mass, right? That's how you actually measure
mass.
Mass.
All right, what's mass?
So kilograms are how you the units.
What is? I don't give a fuck what a kilogram does. What's mass?
So you want me to give like an abstract definition of mass? I can do that, but
the real definition of mass. I want the actual definition, not something you made up.
So roughly speaking, mass is a measure of an object's kind of resistance to acceleration.
So it's a measurement now. Again, now it's a measurement.
Well, mass is a number.
So first it was a weight. Now it's a measurement. What's the next one going to be?
So measure. When I say measure, I basically mean a number. It's a number that describes an object's resistance to acceleration with the imposition of a force.
What's the mass of a clock?
What's the mass of a clock? See, look, I answer these questions, and he can't. He just has nothing to say, so he just asks.
Well, because you can't tell me what mass is. It's a number. It's a number that.
Go on.
It's a number. It's a number. That mass is a number.
He can't even fucking remember what I said because he didn't understand it.
Dude, all you said was mass is a number, and that's how you do things.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. That's not how I said.
So far, Snell's law, numbers. So far, mass is a number. Kilograms, numbers. You can't tell me what mass is, dude.
Does anyone else in the voice call remember me defining mass just now?
No, you didn't define mass. In physics, there is no definition.
I did. Yeah, no, there is.
Okay, what is it?
So, mass is a number you assign to an object, which represents.
Nope.
Yes.
No, I said.
Yes, the mass of an object is a number that's associated with the object, and then it's specifically the number that tells you how it kind of resists acceleration upon the imposition of a force.
You should read the side chat. These guys are ripping you apart. Hey, anyway, I have to get in my truck. I'll be on in a couple more minutes.
What is this equation that they've just sent? Oh, right, it's just made up or something. What is this? What's the equation for question mark? And then they just paste in a bunch of stuff. Yeah, you're very stupid. Did he leave? He was very stupid. Is there anyone in here who's not stupid? Rest in peace.
Test, 1, 2, testing, testing. Am I coming through muffled or not? Test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, testing, testing. Does this even work? Put Bluetooth headphones on. Maybe it's low. Eat some breakfast. I'll be back, and then we're going to read some YouTube chat and see if we can interact with some people. I don't mind taking the mic for a little while here. But, give me a few more minutes.
Where's the mathematician at?
Yes. Yeah, he ran away. Or I could get my mic up and we could talk to him a little bit, but
He took the advantage of me putting my coat and shoes on and going outside to run away.
Yeah, I think he was relieved, actually.
So yeah, he doesn't have two mediums to try to use Snell's law with, and he can try to use air, and people can try to do that. If you're going to use air, it's called heat distortion.
Yeah, exactly.
And then 2 feet past that part, there's more heat distortion. And then about 6 inches past that, it's something different. And then about 30 feet past that is something different. So how do you figure it out?
So dumb, because even if you can make things work mathematically, but you can't make them work in reality, what does it matter? Get everything to work mathematically. Probably prove unicorns exist.
My point was trying to be, you need to know the radius, because how does the light know to bend around a ball or just up in the air or sideways or whatever?
Right, and then you're going to have some kind of temperature gradient over 10 miles of a distance laying out there in a straight line in your field of vision the whole way and bend everything up perfectly. And you're going to have to do that for thousands of different laser tests that we have done. It's so incredibly stupid.
Yeah, all of the tests basically. I mean, any one that are successful. The ones that aren't is because the day sucks. I know I've been to Lake Erie where I can't see shit. Can't even see boats out there, and I know they're there.
Yeah, for sure.
Here. Yeah, show me those. No, actually,
I'm hungry. Let's eat one of the reindeers. No. Stop eating the reindeers, Caden. How is Santa gonna get here without his reindeer?
that's just going to find his car.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man, this chat is flatter than the earth. Did it, did it, did it, did it, did it, did it.
Sorry, I think my mic was on there.
Yo, what's up, guys? Good morning, everybody.
Yo, yo.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm surprised Globers don't want to talk about the Earth at 6:58 in the morning.
(9:58) here on the East Coast.
Hey, West Coast time. Let's go.
Yeah, West Coast.
All right. So since we have some dead air here, we're gonna see if we can interact a little bit with the YouTube people. We have 11 viewers on the stream. If you guys want to ask some questions, you can type it in the chat because I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now. So this is your shot. Don't even have to join the Discord to be a part of this. A little bit out of breath because I just got up from the gym.
Nice, nice. What are you hitting today?
195 pounds on the bench. I'm pretty happy about that.
Oh,
I can't
very good.
do that many.
Very good, very good.
I gotta stay in shape. I have a morning routine: breakfast, hit the bench, and then talk a little bit to people here.
Nice. Well, just in case if there's any Flat Earth people listening on YouTube as well, shout out to you guys. Love you guys. I guess Globies too. I love you guys too.
Virgo Greg on YouTube. He says "Ray of Life," and that's all he said. So Virgo Greg, if you're still there and you want to explain what you mean, do that. I'm reading it now. I'm going to check the other stream as well. This one is Flat Lloyd's, and the other one, see what's happening there. Oh, the other one is down. Okay. Interesting, because we have both bots in here. Okay. Just going to stick to Flat Lloyd's stream then. We had a guy in here before talking to Professor Triangle, and he ran away before I didn't have a chance to interact with him. But he comes back.
I feel like I'm bad luck every single time I come in here. Like a conversation is just finished.
He took his. I mean, he had a chance to run, so he took it because he had to go and do something else, and then he went. He'd been losing all morning, so
I see.
Wanted to invoke refraction over a 10-mile lake. It's gonna have to refract up perfectly for every single test, and we've done thousands of those, so it was just ridiculous. Anyway. YouTube, we have 12 viewers right now. What do we have in our chat? Maybe I should scroll up and see if there has been something fun going on.
Yeah, whatever happened to Scott Mackey yesterday?
No idea. He was talking a long time, right?
He wasn't here for a while, yeah, from like But when I was there yesterday, I think it was 12 to like something, 12 and beyond for like hours.
It pinned a comment from him. It says, honestly, no, I'm not interested in the claims. I'm only interested in the people making them. That is the most stupid thing I've ever heard, because it should be the exact opposite, right? It's totally uninteresting who says something. It's what they say that we need to talk about. That's a genetic fallacy or poisoning the well. It happens to me frequently on X. If I post something, someone comes in and calls me stupid or dumb or retarded or whatever, and then they don't address the argument. Or they just say, I knew it. He's a flat earther. Like that has any impact. Even if, I mean, I think I've done this many times. I've commented on something totally not related to flat earth, like maybe some politics or whatever. And then they dismiss my argument by saying, don't listen to him. He's a flat earther. Like it has any kind of relevance.
On the globe earthers' mind, to be fair, they do have a preconceived notion that everybody is on their side and that the globe has been proven already through thousands of unverified experiments, measurements.
Then as soon as you question them, they realize, sometimes they don't realize it, but everybody else realizes that they don't actually know anything at all about their own model. Not even not even the fundamentals like radius and spin speed and stuff like that. EJ wrote a whole host of questions we should ask them. If I can find out.
And granted, too, that's why a lot of the times they won't even hear half the stuff that we say. That's why we have to constantly keep repeating ourselves. Yeah. I think that every word out of our mouth is just hot garbage.
Right. See if I can find his questions. They were funny, so we can use their time here. Talk about them while we wait for a Glober to come in.
Yeah, we already went down the rabbit hole of why Glober is so confident and won't listen to us. It's because of insert random fallacious reasoning here.
Exactly. He has a server. Wish he was sorted alphabetically, but it's not. It's called Glober Questions. Jay, if you're listening on YouTube, tell me where I can find those Ask Globers this. Search option, maybe I can search for Glober. I'm going to get too many hits. Maybe it's in there. 14 people on YouTube right now. Oh, we have a comment here. A man like me says it may be your approach. If you give me a little bit more context there, a man like me, I'll address it. Working viewers on YouTube, you can ask questions in the YouTube chat. I'm monitoring it right now. I'm currently looking for funny questions to ask Globers. They can't answer, even though they reach their ball.
Yo, I'm so sorry. I think I misheard. You said it might be because of your bush?
Me? What did I
Is that
say?
what you said? No, I'm saying like the comment you said. Did you say it's because it might be because of your bush?
I don't think so. I don't know
Oh,
what I said.
I was like, what? I heard bush and I was like, okay, it was a random comment. All right.
I have a
Cool.
big beard, but that's I'm pretty sure I didn't say anything about that.
Oh, okay, no, I was just talking about the comment that you're reading from the other guy.
Oh, the comment, he says, it may be your approach.
Oh, approach. Okay, yeah, that's my bad. I heard bush. I don't know
Yeah.
why. I need to fix my ears.
It may be your approach. He was probably commenting on something I said, but I don't know what it was, so he has to specify if he wants me to address it.
Oh, I see, okay.
Hello, governors.
It's morning.
Morning.
Anything exciting going on in here?
Not right
No.
now. We're
Yeah,
just
it's been a slow morning.
using the air here. I don't know. We're using the morning here to talk to the YouTube people a little bit, because there are no Globers in here willing to talk to us.
Yeah, very cool.
All right. A man like me on YouTube says, I heard another show that seemed neutral mention the needing to be measured flat, so it's getting out there. Oh, talking about flat Earth on neutral shows. Huh? Interesting. You happen to remember the name? This is a comment on YouTube, by the way, for the Discord people. Heard another show that seemed neutral mention the needing to be measured flat, so it's getting out there. I would love to bring it up on regular. If it goes mainstream and they're going to start asking the same questions we've been asking for a long time, has anybody measured the Earth flat? That would be fun. What's her name? Roseanne Barr. She used to be the comedian TV personality. She has talked about flat Earth a little bit. Unfortunately, they always slide into weird things that they can't. That's only speculation, like ice wall and outer lands and stuff like that. So it's not what we deal with here. Only things we can empirically prove. But at least she has, dipped her feet in the flat Earth water, the flat water.
I think I saw the interview with Flat Earth Dave as well.
Yeah, he was on it. Well, when DJ comes in, if he does, we're gonna ask him where he put those questions. Make for good content if I could find them to talk about them. And I gotta drink some water or something. My throat is so hoarse.
It's all those gains you're making, bro.
Gains?
Yes, sir.
Totally turned my life around about 3 years ago. I'm a coder. I've been sitting down for 25 years. I was 160 pounds. I'm quite tall, almost 6'4". So
Oh
you can
my
imagine,
goodness,
yeah.
great,
So you can,
bro.
yeah, I know, you can imagine, right? And my health was so bad that I could hardly walk upstairs without my heart racing. I changed my
Oh
diet,
my
started lifting,
goodness.
and I'm 201 right now. So
Dude, good
I'm
for
getting
you.
there, and I
Oh
couldn't
my,
lift anything. So my health has improved and everything. I totally, it's a different person. So
yeah, that's a big improvement, bro. You look like Jack Skellington before.
yeah,
Holy,
basically
that's crazy. Damn. Damn,
crazy.
good for you, man. Good for you. That's what I like to hear.
So that's what flat Earth does to you. It changes your whole perspective. Everything. I changed my whole life after I figured it out. So I'm living healthy, lifting weights, eating well.
Nice. Very nice.
See, I can't find it. Check out the server. Maybe put it on the home server.
You want to hear something that would probably trigger the Globers?
Yeah.
Why is it that on average, flat earthers are more beautiful and more handsome than a Glober?
Yeah, I saw that the other day. I agree with that. But it's same with politics, right? You can almost tell which politics they belong to just looking at people. Those rings and blue hair and so forth. It has something to do with no stress also, because you're not worried about meteors hitting you from space anymore or aliens probing you. I don't know. So yeah, right now. So when I was a YouTube listener, I always wanted them to read the chat out loud because I'm walking around and I'm doing stuff and I'm not looking at the screen the whole time. So it's always good. That says, all right, guys, I got to head out. Sorry, I got a phone call. Take care, everyone. Yep. Thank you. What does the good YouTube people have to say? 13 viewers right now. The other bot up. I'm going to look again. Oh, still down. I think that's run by Helios. Yep. Lost its connection somehow, it seems. Just have better things to do on a Saturday morning than fixing it. We have in here today Effie Batman. Hello. AR. That's just left. We have Dr. Barrington. See? A familiar names to me. White News. We have Yoder. There we go. EJ is online. He's talking to his bots. I'm asking now. Put up some chat bots in one of his channels that you can argue with. It'd be funny to talk to AI about flat Earth. You can actually convince it it's wrong about some things. Asking where it was Glober question.
Yeah, last night I was listening in here, and there was this fellow prodigy who had a fairly, I don't know, he had a fairly nasty disposition for a while. And then, like, eventually he started, minorly apologizing, saying that that's not what he was here to do. He didn't quite grasp the difference in our rooms compared to others in the politics server. So I'm just kind of curious, how much of it do you think that the negative interactions we have with all these globies is just because they don't understand the environment they've come into?
And when they come in and they just all those dumbasses before they start, or what?
Yeah, like, come in, they'll act like little retarded 3-year-olds. They'll come in and they'll act like they're going to debate with us, and that they're some sort of savior, as opposed to the fact that, we're here to have a conversation. Ask us anything you want, but if you make a claim, you're going to have to prove it. And, that we're not here just to have a bicker fest. We're here to actually discuss sorry about that. We're here to actually discuss.
It happens all the time, but I noticed that if you just kind of don't take the bait and name call them back immediately or call them out on it and kind of just ignore it, I've been able to calm people down and have somewhat of a civil discussion even after they start it like that. But I just find it hilarious. They come in all smug and, they're so smart and we're so stupid and so forth. And then just a couple of questions later, they quickly realize, crap, I don't actually know what I'm talking about. And these people actually do. So I think it makes for good content. I'm laughing at it. I think those are the funniest moments we have, and they make for the best clips as well. Someone starts up the conversation with, "Hey, dumb flat earthers," and I know it's going to be a good time for everyone.
Yeah. But then again, we get a lot of repeat company, and like last night he was starting to repeatedly say, "I don't want to talk to Jen," or then conversely at some point he's like, "Well, I was talking to Jen, I'm not talking to you." And then I kind of interrupted at some point and said, this isn't a one-on-one private conversation. This is a discussion group here, a discussion panel. And he didn't use that one again, because I know there's ones every now and then come in and say, "Oh, well, I was just talking to such and such. I want this to be a one-on-one conversation." I'm like, well, sorry, you're in the wrong place for that. And it does make for good content to hear them kind of have to overcome. Wait a minute here. These people actually know what they're talking about, but so many of them, though, never actually ultimately end up considering what we have to say. They listen to the minimal point, and then just enough to act like they've listened to us. But then it's like, no, stop. Did you actually hear what you?
It's definitely an open forum for the panel. Anybody can jump in if they have a comment. I like that approach. And usually we're all good at knowing when we can do it without interrupting something that's already going on.
Oh yeah, no, we have to have that sometimes. You because after all, it's a panel. It's not a one-on-one conversation. So, and I think that's ultimately what the Globies trying to do when they point that out is I think they're ultimately trying to assert that they're the moderator talking to such and such. Somebody drops in a really good point, and instead of having to answer it, they can just move on and say, "Oh, I wasn't talking to you." Yeah, I do wonder though when a Globie will come in with a claim that they have evidence for that's not backed up on circular logic or assumption.
Does that ever happen? I've been listening for years. We have a comment on YouTube. V. Dali says, yeah, Globers are sensitive creatures that require pampering before they can have a discussion. A man like me says, lol. I agree. I mean, they are herd animals too. Like, so sometimes when I see there's only a few people in the Discord, I'll just jump in just to give the herd a bigger size so they feel more comfy hiding. I mean, we are the people who are not sensitive and don't really care what other people think. We were able to break free from the globe delusion, and most of us were able to withstand other kinds of pressure that the government and everybody else kind of assert without talking about it straight because we're on YouTube. But you know what I'm talking about. We withstood the propaganda. Uh, Globers, they're afraid to leave the herd. And then a man like me on YouTube says, but we are the stupid ones. Ignore the joke and move on to the Earth measures flat and show them how. Black swan, elevation angles, laser, mechanical gyroscope, and pitch data. Yeah, those are all good arguments.
Oh yeah, definitely. The commenter there is right. And by the way, good morning. I hope you're having a good morning there.
Morning
But yeah,
to you.
you're right on. I'm sorry.
Good morning to you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there was a commenter on YouTube who's making some made a really good comment. Do you, because you're there at the screen, do you want to read that again so Yoder can hear it? I thought it was like spot on a match about them being herd animals and needing emotionally coddled.
Right, we're the stupid ones, right? Ignore the joke and move on to the. We should just move on to Earth measures flat and show them how. Black swan, elevation angles, laser, the mechanical gyroscope, and pitch data. Yeah.
I meant the one before that, the comment of
Globers
the
are sensitive creatures that require pampering before they can have a discussion. Yeah. And the comment about herd animals was mine. I think they like to hide in the herd.
They really do. They want to find out why you don't think the way they do. They are seeking comfort in that consensus.
Yeah, exactly. They always like to refer to other people. What have those people said about this? Why does the thousands of scientists, even though they can't mention a single one, think that they live on a ball and so forth? It's weird. We had some guy in here yesterday talking about what did he say? He said something like we showed him a laser test, and he's like, "Has any scientist validated this laser test?" And I told him, "Look, you are the best. You know, you are the person you should trust yourself. You can easily find a lake 10 miles wide and go out and do this and confirm it for yourself. You don't need 1,000 other people to do it for you."
Follows our excuses, right? Well, I'm not a scientist. I don't know how to control for all the variables. And what I hear is I'm too afraid to go check it out for myself because I'm afraid of the consequences of what I might discover. I hear I might become one of you. I might become a flat earther. And I can't have that because my social status is too high. I have too much to lose socially by becoming one of you.
I can empathize a little bit with that because I was like, oh no. I remember the day I realized that I was like, crap, I can't be a flat earther. I can't be one of those persons. This is insane. I actually struggled for a few minutes before I was like, what can I do? I know it now, so there was no turning back. You can't go back once you figure it out.
It's true. It's true. Truth is funny like that. It's a one-way street. If it wasn't true, then there'd be an easy path back. If there was any doubt, there'd be an easy path back.
Yeah, 100%.
So unlike other communities that discuss this, who get into serious speculation, we rely on rugged empiricism. We're evidence-based, we're reason-based. This gives us a stronger foundation, I think, because all that speculation, as fun as it is and how some of it might even be true, they get into, there's no way for them to prove much of what they are proclaiming. And if this is their foundation for their acceptance of a flat reality, then it's built on shaky ground.
It really is no wonder that they want the mollycoddling / pampering before they join in the conversation, because they're mortified. They're absolutely mortified of us. And there's no real reason for it, because at the end of it, all they have to do is say, well, you guys are wrong, and turn off the channel, so to speak. But I think they are scared that they're going to end up friendless, homeless, poor, broke, destitute, all because somebody said something that they might not agree with.
Yeah, the ridicule. And honestly, when you become a flat earther, you become part of an unprotected class. It's basically allowed to tell you anything, and people get away with it. So it can be a little scary, I guess, if you don't have the.
Yes. I mean, it is absolutely true. I'm thankful that half the people in my office think like we do. I work in a small office, but if it were not the case, I would be very uncomfortable if I had come out about this publicly to my work colleagues. I mean, people get fired over this. People could fire you just because they think you have a lack of judgment about this issue, which could affect your judgment regarding your job.
And your work performance.
Yeah.
Like if he's that stupid, thinks the Earth is flat, how can I trust him with the money in my organization? You know, so
yeah, great example.
Nobody knows my current employer, because I know for a fact I have a kind of a out-facing position too. So I can imagine my boss saying, "We can't have a flat earther represent us like this. What if someone finds out?" Even if he would think it was okay. So I don't know. It's difficult. But I get it.
Wise employer who sees your technical merits without knowing you're a flat earther, who then learns you're a flat earther, would probably honestly be intrigued and would want to find out why that's the case and potentially seek out others like us for the same qualities that they found that they liked in our technical work.
Yeah, but you know, we flat earthers, we're logical people. Something I notice about globers, they're very illogical, at least when it comes to flat earth. So, you know, we have a comment on YouTube for DVonJ30. He says, I was always the oddball in the social world, so it's easy for me to accept the truth and freely speak the truth. Good for you. Truth is stranger than fiction because fiction is taught in school. Yeah, I agree with that. Yvonne J. 30, good comment.
Yeah, and hats off to the oddballs out there. If anybody's going to have the courage to go against the grain and look at a difficult issue from a difficult perspective, it's going to be the oddball. It's going to be the person who is not really socially invested the same way that the masses are.
Right.
So hats off to you, oddballs. Keep staying odd.
Absolutely. I love when I'm surrounded by oddballs. That's fun. I actually went to one of those conferences down in Acapulco, Mexico, a few years back.
Oh yeah, and
Flat
Acapulco,
earthers
right?
was there. Yeah, and Acapulco. It was fantastic. I had a really good time. It felt like such a relief to be surrounded by other flat earthers, you know, physically, not just
Yeah, isn't Jeff
online.
Berwick a flat earther?
Jeff, yeah, he's the one organizing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I talked to him a couple of times. He has a house down there. Have you been there?
No, I haven't, but I've been plugged into the Libertarian Party.
All right.
So yeah, I know the scene. I know the Free State Project. Some of the drama. I haven't kept up with it in years, though. Really, the whole COVID thing just unplugged me from a lot of politics.
Yeah. We have a comment from a man like me. He says, I can know the earth is flat and not say as a new flat is about to be a fight club. Yes, I didn't actually understand that comment. I can't decode it. Sorry, man. Probably on me. I can know the earth is flat and not say as a new FL is about to be a fight club. You might have some kind of point, but I can't decode it. I think maybe if you clarify, I'll read it again.
If there's anything that I find comical, it's the self-proclaimed anarcho-capitalist who defends NASA claims, licking that NASA boot.
Now that is kind of weird. I had this guy on the other day on X. In his profile on X, it says, I hate bigotry. I hate the people that do, discriminate. And he had a bunch of stuff he hates. Then he was the most toxic glober ever about, when it came to flat Earth. That's the only class he was actually bigoted against. So pretty funny. All right, we have something in the chat. Old dude posted: "A nation of sheep gets a government of wolves." Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter almost who's in there. I think they all take advantage of their positions, and they have like almost lifetime appointments, and they sit there and just take advantage of everything they can. So corrupt. No matter what side you land on. We should maybe not talk politics here, but I think we can agree that most politicians just are in it for themselves. I wonder if we have any flat earthers in the government,
There are.
Congress. Do we?
I don't know about Congress, but I know
Locally, I
for
know
a
we
fact
do.
there are in various layers of it. I know for a fact that a governor candidate from the last race is a flat earther, and so is his wife.
Is that the guy in New Mexico?
No, but you're on the right track.
Somewhere down there, huh?
Not New Mexico, but I shouldn't say anymore.
I think I read something about it. Oh, we don't have to get into it.
You might be listening.
Yeah, well, maybe he can come talk to us then. Spread his message a little bit. Let's see, on the live chat, we have 21 viewers on YouTube right now. If you guys want to interact with us, we have a little dead air here because there are no globers on Discord right now. So if you want to be part of the discussion, feel free to type in the chat over there. I'm going to see if the other stream is up now, because I have both spots. The other stream is down. Still down. Okay. Hang out in Flat Floyd's stream. Shout out to Flat Floyd. Good job putting that thing up. It's my go-to. Whenever I wake up, I usually go there first, see if there's some action in here.
Shout out too to Majin. He runs a YouTube channel called On the Level, where he takes some of the best clips from these long 12-hour live streams and he categorizes them. So if you want to listen to a favorite yacker, you can go to his channel. You can find Indio, you can find DJ, me, Jedi, yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And his playlists are sorted by who do we have in here? Says Who has their section. Jedi, obviously, DJ, Cyclone, AV. We have AI Overlord, Globe Stellet, Master Yoder. You have 24 videos there. Indio has 39, and so forth. It is absolutely the go-to place if you want to have a good time. You want to listen to some of the best. I recommend On the Level. Go there and subscribe. He only has 48 subscribers, and it's kind of difficult to find it unless you know the name. I should just paste it in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead and spread it. It's possible that his channel's also shadow banned. I think he was saying something about that.
That's why you can't. It doesn't show up when you search unless you search the exact name. I'm going to paste it on YouTube. I think you have permission to do that, right?
Yeah.
The other one. Yeah, we need to get the word out on the level. It's such a great channel, and the organization is fantastic.
So Yoder, I was not able to talk earlier when you had talked about the people in your office, but I find that virtually everywhere you go, you just don't necessarily know it always, but you will find at least a few flat earthers near you. that they are literally everywhere. And maybe that's why it is that the establishment is so scared, is that they know that the globe holds on by a thin string.
They shot themselves in the foot when they decided to shadow ban everybody on this topic. Because now if they wanted to monitor and censor and deplatform, they're having a hard time figuring out who the key influencers are. We're so decentralized now. It's been a blessing.
Here comes the link in our chat, at least.
And what they fear most is people getting together.
And it is truly decentralized. There is no committee that they can allege that's gone out and embezzled money or had underage photography or anything of this nature. There is no central committee that they can put the screws to. That we're everywhere, and all they can do is listen. It must be frightening for them. It must be very, very frightening.
I did see something a few weeks ago that YouTube had opened up something and started to unban some channels that's been banned for years. And I think someone actually said that if you search for Flat Earth now on YouTube, I can test that right now live while we're doing this, should at least get like Eric Dubay. Also, I mean, the YouTube algorithm is kind of tailored to whoever asks, so already knows that I'm interested in flat Earth videos, not from Professor Dave and so forth. So see what happens if I search flat Earth, and I bet if one of you guys try it, you're going to get different results. My first result is Dr. Ken Ho Wind on flat Earth, and I don't think he's a flat Earther. Flat Theory Explained, I don't think that's from a flat Earther either. Oh, yeah, they're still pretty much anti-flat Earth results. And the sixth result is from Eric Dubay, The History of Flat Earth. But I'm pretty sure he didn't even show up at all a few months ago. Yeah, there are a few Eric videos that shows up. Most of them are anti. Yeah, Professor Dave shows up. This is what Globers find when they search for Flat Earth on YouTube. They get all the anti stuff. Will Duffy.
It's funny because we get visitors that come in and say, you know what, I tried to search for you guys out there, can't find you anywhere. And because I'm getting served up all the anti-FE content, every time I try to search for pro-FE content, it really makes me start to question what's going on. The Streisand effect, folks.
Yeah, it could have backfired on them, actually. Maybe they noticed that.
And are you sure that's not intentional?
Yeah, right. Cat and mouse games. Whatever the case may be, though.
You and I have had this conversation before that, you know, maybe there's a reason that they are tacitly curating the conversation.
It's a shame to admit this, but when you're new, okay, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live comes up as the 54th result for me. So we're in there in the flat if you search for Flat Earth, but you just have to scroll a long, long time before it actually shows up. I'm surprised. 50 results. I mean, if you don't have TikTok brain, you actually have maybe patience to scroll that far.
So
sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to say, go borrow a friend's device and do the same search.
and then see what you get.
Yeah, it's probably in there because I go to that stream so often. Now, as I was going to say, when you're new to Flat Earth, if you happen to actually find something on YouTube, you're going to end up on Eric Base, maybe Flat Earth Dave, and so forth. And you are going to have, when I was new, and I've had my X account for a while now, I was very intrigued by all the theories, like ice wall and so forth. And I think that's because you end up on those kind of videos where they speculate about that. So I can't. I have over 10,000 posts or 18,000 or something crazy like that. So I can't go through it. But if I could go over and start over, I would never speculate on X ever again. And I don't do it nowadays. I'm sure you can find some old posts of mine where I speculate about the AE map and so forth. I'm sure. So a little bit ashamed about that, but just know that it's a journey. You start out there, and if you're lucky, you end up here where we only deal with empirical stuff. So it's been a good learning experience for me. I was quiet. I listened for a full year at least before I even spoke in this channel, and I think it's a good way to do it. To sit back and learn first before you try to educate other people. Jack, how are you doing?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Just chilling, hanging out. Just woke up.
Well, you been here before?
In the server, yeah, but not in this VC.
Not in this VC. So, we ask people who join if they think they live on a spinning ball in space or do they live on a flat level plane. What do you think?
I've been to Antarctica, like you were saying with the ice wall thing. Personally, I didn't see it. Maybe I wasn't at the right place, But what's interesting to me is that I went with my mom because she wanted me to go because she had already been. And from her view, because she went to the same place, right? This is one place you go in Antarctica. So the second time she went, it was like a 15-year, either 10 or 15-year span between she went the first time and the second time with me. And she said that it looks a lot different and than it used to. And I think a lot of it's melting away.
They're more green there now?
It's not green, it's just a lot of the ice that she remembers being there is no longer there, especially when you're flying in. She says it looks completely different. She said that there's a lot more ocean particles as like floating ice, I guess you could say, instead of like a rigid edge of the land there or the ice that you're standing on. I think it's a globe, but I would have to say to anyone who thinks that there is an ice wall that I think you're in the lifespan where possibly we may see that if there is ice or an ice wall, it would be maybe gone within 100 years. You never know. But
ice wall is not a flat earther's claim. Ice wall is surveyed by the U.S. Geological Survey.
Well, whatever it is out there on the edge of the flat Earth is melting away. I mean, we do have proof that sea levels are rising slightly. So that's another thing.
Yeah, Master Yoder makes a good point. The ice wall claim came from the military back in the 40s, and then some flat earthers kind of picked it up and made their own models around it and so forth. But in this channel, we don't make any claims about any ice wall because there's no way for us to prove it. I haven't been there personally, so even if, as you said, even if I were to go, they only allow you to go to the same place a little.
That's what I'm saying. If there is an ice wall, I would not have been able to notice it. But there are mountains, small ones.
Yeah. It's the highest elevation continent, or if you want to call it that, on Earth. So I'm not surprised.
What's
Aside from
interesting?
that, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go. I was just gonna say what's interesting to me is that claim by Neil deGrasse Tyson about how if you shrunk the globe to the size of a basketball, it would be as smooth as like a cue ball in pool. I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I saw that. When we say the Earth is flat, we don't talk about topography either. We're only talking about the property of water. Can I show you something? I want to ask you a question. Is that all right? Are you able to see the chat?
Yeah, let me get it up. Yeah.
So you believe you live on a globe, right? That's what you said. So this picture here, is that what you've seen from NASA, like a round ball with some water and land masses and stuff like that? You see the picture I
Oh, I
sent?
see it. I'm looking. Yeah.
Does that pretty much look like how you imagine Earth?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
And you see all the blue stuff? You know what that is?
Yeah, that's the water. That's the oceans. Yeah.
Yeah, it's water. And you also
Mm.
notice that it kind of curves around that ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have a claim from the government, from NASA, that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. So that's what we have to go off of. So when we look at this picture of the ball, and I'll grant it to you for now. Let's just say this is the Earth. Yeah, it's real. This is a real picture from space by NASA. Now, is there any way we can confirm that water curves? So we've done some tests, thousands of them actually. The one I like to talk about is something that you can do yourself. If you ever go to, like, let's say, a 10-mile wide lake, you take a laser. You can bring a friend, first of all, put him on the beach on the other side, and you can see if you can see him. Maybe you can get a zoom camera and zoom into him. But what you can do, when we say we have measured Earth to be flat, this is how we've done it, right? We went to a lake like this, 10 miles over. You place a laser on one beach, 1 foot over water. And on the other side, if the laser ends up 1 foot on that side as well, there's no curving water in that distance. The laser beam should hit 66 foot up in the air, water curves, as in this picture of the ball. Do you agree logically? You don't have to agree that that's the way it is, but logically, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So the thing is, the laser beam does not end up 66 foot in the air. So that's why all of us here are flat earthers. We realized that when we did these tests, and I've done it myself, many people in here has done it themselves. There are so many videos. I'm going to post a link to a 21-mile video that people did out in Salt Lake. Over 21 miles, he could see his friend. They had lasers on both sides. At night, they shot them and they could see them. And in the daytime, he used a zoom camera and he saw the white beach on the other side. So that's 21 miles with no curvature at all. There should be 266 foot of curvature, but it's not there. Pretty interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because if we live on a ball, it has to curve. It just doesn't. So it's, yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow if you never thought about it before, but that's the way it is. And you don't even have to believe the videos. It's pretty easy to go out and check yourself. I'm guessing how tall are you? 6 foot?
Yeah, I'm like 6'4".
Yeah. Oh, same as me. So for a normal height, we're a little bit taller, right? But for a normal person at 6 foot, you should only be able to see about 3 miles out. And I bet in your life you maybe never thought about it. I think you have been to an ocean, maybe a lake, and you could see further than 3 miles. That's when the water should start to curve away from you. That's where the horizon. So that's where the curves should start, right? But the horizon is way farther away. So it'll be interesting for you next time you go out to a place like that to have a look at it and start thinking about it. Crap, why do I see 10 miles?
Yeah, how far you can see.
Mm-hmm. And this is nothing. We have infrared tests where they've shot photographs 255 miles away, which is even more insane. This is something that can break your brain, so take it easy with it.
Well, I mean, the only example I could think of where like water curves. I mean, you can make water curve, but I mean, yeah, you can make water curve, but as far as seeing it in the real world, I don't know how you would be able to do that. Yeah.
It's a brain teaser for sure.
The only way I would know how to make water curve, you can do it like in a glass. You know, if you put too much water in a glass, like you just barely put a little bit more, it'll curve over the top of a glass. You know.
Yeah, the meniscus effect.
It'll be like a bubble kind of thing. But other than that,
so if that's the case, if water curves, right, you should be able to measure it. That laser beam should smack right into the curve of that water, even if it was meniscus. We don't see that. So
what I'm saying is, like in a cup, if you pour water in a cup, you know, and it's not going to flatten off at the top. You keep putting more and more, it'll make a surface tension bubble at the top. You know.
Yeah, that's what's called meniscus.
Oh, okay.
If that was the case, and you stand on the rim of that glass and you're like tiny and you shoot the laser, the laser should hit the water, curving over the glass, right?
Right, but if there's like turmoil in the water, like if you had a mixer at the bottom of your glass, the bubble would break.
Exactly.
So if the water's moving at all, it won't curve. It'll basically flow over the edges like waves.
Have you ever thought about, when I was a kid, I always thought about this. If you have a helicopter and the earth spins, you can just fly up and sit there for a little while, and then you would land somewhere else. You don't. You land in the exact same place. Do you ever think about that?
You have to repeat that. I mean, that went right over my head.
You know that the claim is that the earth spins, right?
Yeah.
You know how fast it spins?
Like 1,000 miles an hour or something like that.
Yeah, that's about it, right? At the equator, a little different wherever you go, right?
Yeah.
According to the claim. But if that's the case, that Earth spins 1,000 miles per hour underneath you, and you go up and high up in the air in a helicopter, and you just sit there and hover for a while. Logically, you should be able to land somewhere else while the Earth spins underneath you.
Well, yeah, but the air particles are moving just as fast as well, supposedly.
This is what I wanted to get to. That's what they told us in school. Then when you grow up and you think about it logically, the atmosphere goes in all directions.
What's the same? It's the same thing as your car, the air in your car. If your air in your car is if you're going like 70, the air inside of your car is going 70 versus the air outside.
Yeah, but that requires a closed system. Do you think the Earth is a closed system?
Well, the air particles are trapped, supposedly.
You have jet streams that go both directions, for example. Anyway, I don't want to sidetrack you. Just something that I thought of. It was actually the first question I asked myself. And I realized maybe I can post a video of a pilot talking about this. It's pretty interesting. We have 3 claims in this channel. One, Earth doesn't spin. The reason for that is obviously, first we can just look at what we observe. Like when you stand right now, or maybe you're sitting down, you don't feel any movement at all. But on the globe, you would have to say that, well, we don't feel movement, but it is movement. So it's kind of opposite. what we experience. And when you stand on outside and you look up at the sun, it comes in from the west, right? No, from the east, and it moves over you and it disappears into the east, right? That's what it looks like when you observe it. But you would have to say, no, the sun is actually standing still and it's the earth moving underneath. So that's also the opposite of, of what we experience. And then we have the gas pressure. Like, you open a soda can, what happens? You hear the little sound. Gas, it goes right into the available space outside of the can. And supposedly, since we're alive, we're breathing, right? So it must be in a closed system, or the air would just disappear right into what people call space, the vacuum. So those are the kind of the three things that we focus on here. Can't live if there's no gas pressure because we wouldn't be able to breathe if we were next to the vacuum of space without the container. The other one is we don't feel any movement. So maybe it's just a simple explanation is that we're not moving. And when we see the sun move, maybe the simple explanation is that it's actually moving. So that's those are the three things that we focus on here.
I kind
Something
of
to
look
think
back.
about.
I want to look back into that. Let me see here. It's interesting that I brought that up about the. Now that I think about it. So okay, let's imagine a glass of water, right, is a lake or a pond or a ocean, and we can pour water into the glass and make it rounded, which is interesting. But I think that's more of like surface tension. Well, it's gravity pulling down on it, right? And it's not giving it the chance to escape the glass because it's pushing down into the glass. But the problem is it's not a direct, like if you had a pond and it had no external forces acting on it, like wind or currents, then it would be like the glass. It would, as soon as you fill it up, it would have a bubble there. But as soon as you put any kind of turmoil in your water glass, or if you blow on it, the water will leave the glass. And if it had like a beach to wash up on, it would go back into the glass. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as the water leaves the glass to go up on out of the glass, like for example, like on a beach, the water in the glass will look flat.
Right.
And the water will never return to, like for example, in a pond, if you did have a controlled sample of a pond with like a building over it, I would assume that you could fill it up to the point where it would have almost like a bubble, like a glass would. Because I mean, if you could take the wind out of it, if you could take any currents out of it, which you could do with a pond, or like even a swimming pool. I guess you could do it with a swimming pool, which is interesting.
Maybe never tried it. You probably get surface tension, maybe, if you have a small enough pool and there's no wind or nobody jumping into it. No
Right.
fish, no animals drinking.
Which is also interesting. I don't know if you would have to have a circle glass or a circle pool, or a square one would work. I don't know about that either. I guess it would work if it's square.
Sure.
Which, if it works in a pool and it works in a glass, I would assume it would work in the ocean or the or lake. But for we could not take the wind and the current out of the ocean, so or the fishes. So that's interesting as well.
I don't know how much time you have on this topic, but if you do have some time, I think you should watch that 21 mile test. Maybe give us your thoughts about it at some point. We're here 24/7, so you can always come back anytime you want to. Or if you have any other questions, free to ask right now.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. But imagine an ocean with surface tension, bro. How high could you fill it up?
Yeah, we have tides as well, right? So
Yeah,
it
if
would
you
mess
could
with
take
it.
all that away, the ocean would probably be as tall as a mountain.
We usually say that water at rest is flat and level. We actually use water in our leveling tools. Like if you ever bought one of those tools from Home Depot, there's a little water bubble in there. It tells you that things are level. So
Yeah, but they're
water is
rounded.
definitely, yeah. Anyway, when you look at the horizon, it looks horizontal too. So those are just simple observations that should make people think. And as I said before, it doesn't start the curve away only 3 miles out for you. Say you can see way further. So there's questions to be asked.
Oh, you sent me the video. I got you.
Yeah, but
Hello, everyone. This video is primarily for the honest skeptics of the
if you mute yourself, we can hear you when you play the video. We can hear the sound.
I simply ask you, as an honest, objective, reasonable person, to set aside your indoctrination.
Deck, your video is playing. There you go.
I think I might have the power to actually mute, and he unmute himself if I actually do that. So I don't want to mess with people if they mute themselves. That's great. All right, I hope that was a productive discussion. See what the YouTube people are up to. I'm going to read some comments while we wait for more Globers to join. But you, how are you?
I'm doing well,
joining.
thank you.
We have some YouTube people. There's 20 people on YouTube right now. We have Dead Air here on Discord. We interact with them, so I'm going to do that. Yvonne J30 says, there has been reports of ice melting away from Antarctica. Okay. Yvonne J30 says, before I became a flat earther, and then he didn't say anything else, I can't comment on that. The man like me says, probably a cycle. Something to it. Man like me says, mirror flashes are more practical. Yeah, you're right. Not everyone can afford a powerful laser. Tell you what, over 5 miles, you can definitely use one of those cheap Amazon lasers to at least see the dot. So I've done that myself over 5 miles with my brother. So you don't need to buy the most expensive one just to see it 5 miles away. Especially if you have a zoom camera as well, then you can absolutely use one of those cheaper ones. Mirror flashes works just as well, and it's free.
And you can do it in the day. You don't have to stay up late at night.
Yeah, good point. Then we have some comments about the discussion we had earlier. It has to be an air pocket. He's talking about meniscus, like a bubble, a really small drop, or something like that. Not significant to a ball. I agree. Does this mean water curves, or is it contained? We know that water doesn't curve over distance. And the only way you can get it to curve is maybe if you have a small water drop, or if you can get meniscus going in a water drop. The windows down. This was a comment to the car question. We always hear that when we say we don't feel any movement. We'll bring up the train or car. All the windows down in one of those, and you will have a different experience. Yeah.
Right, because humans feel acceleration, not movement.
Yeah. We have a man like me. He says, you need curvature for gravity. Do you have some measurements of curvature? Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we didn't get into the gravity. I don't like to overload people. I think I always like to start with the easy stuff. Like, let's look at curvature over water first. Because I was shocked. when someone told me about, the gravity argument was presented to me after I became a flat earther. I was like, no, not this as well. You can't take gravity away from me also. So a man like me on YouTube, it's a good point. I intentionally stayed away from it a little bit longer. I want to give people time to think about one argument at a time before we bring everything on them. A man like me says, there aren't any ballers here. Devon J30 says, right. Yeah, YouTube probably used a bunch of flat earthers there because I don't see the usual trolls hanging out there. We have Sheepdog in the house, as he calls himself nowadays, Swole Dog. Is that because you started exercising again?
Yeah. What's up,
me
Plain
too.
Truth?
See you. He's had a good discussion with Deck. He's currently watching the 21-mile Salt Lake video, and hopefully when he's done with that, he's going to come back and comment on it.
Yeah.
And while a little low on Globers right now, so I'm reading YouTube comments and interacting with the good people over there. We have 15 viewers right now.
Oh, yeah. Hey, by the way, that Salt Lake video is great. I'm going to give you I made a playlist. I'm trying. If you come across any more laser observations, I'll just DM them to me and I'll add them to my playlist. But I have a playlist of laser observations.
Thanks.
Put it in the side chat for everybody to go out there and take a look. It's only 6 laser tests, but it is 6. It's not just one, Like, oh, that's just one laser test. No, there's multiple. How you been playing in Truth? What's going on? Are you celebrating the holiday?
I've been spending more time than I ever had the last few days in here, and I've finally built up some courage to actually talk to people too, and I think I might have enough prerequisite knowledge to actually be able to answer some questions correctly and not speculate about stuff. I was, you weren't here before, but I told my story. When I became a new flat earther, you're always exposed to all the speculation stuff, ether, ice walls, and so forth. And I've done my share of tweeting those things. And I was new to the topic, but now I feel like I'm more mature and I focus on the empirical evidence. So, looking to what we can prove, basically. So I thought it was time for me to chime in here.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. The journey we've all taken, a lot of it's fairly similar, but everybody's got their own unique experience of what brought them around and everything like that. Of course,
for me, it
once
was
you
probably.
Go ahead.
I think we came from the same place. You and I, level heads and Twitter spaces, and maybe a little bit of Witsits, schooling Globers and stuff like that. And then you kind of mature and you end up in the final boss place, which is 24/7.
No, actually, I started in 24/7.
Oh, you did? Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you got lucky.
I went into Flat Earth Fridays because Indio went in there one day as a speaker. And so that's how I ended up getting into the level heads and everything like that. Very thankful to the level heads for giving me the opportunity to grab a mic and practice my arguments. And, it's weird because they're like, oh, you're just using arguments and you're basically pinning people into logical fallacies. So you don't have any evidence. You're just debating and then using debate tactics to win a debate. No, like I know the Earth is flat, but because I have to deal with people who have financial motivation to keep the Earth a globe, right? Whether it's their career or maybe they're monetized on YouTube. They're making a lot of money on YouTube being an anti-flat earther. You got to learn how to debate them and round robin them, put them into a corner and things like that. Kind of like a boxing match, right? You got to learn how to like roll with the punches and, use their leverage against you or use their leverage against them.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like
it takes practice and it takes research also.
For me, I started looking into flat Earth stuff maybe 2014 or something because it was showing up on YouTube. I met Nathan Thompson on the beach out here in Southern California. But yeah, I just looked into all the stuff Witsit was saying. Started interacting on 24/7. But yeah, I think it's good to kind of like question the official narrative and do your own research and that kind of thing. So that's when I first started looking into it.
Now let me ask you this. You said you started looking into it in 2014, and then obviously you stayed with it all the way through 2017. I'm guessing it was pretty rampant in those years as far as like showing up in algorithms and things like that. Like you're probably getting at least 1 to 4 videos every time you opened up your YouTube and it was a different video, right?
Well, I was mainly looking on YouTube. But yeah, it would. I don't know if it would show up a lot in the feed just because I would watch lots of other stuff. But whenever I searched for it, it was a lot of flat Earth content. Nathan Oakley's. I mean, what's his name? Who did the 200 proofs?
Eric Dubay.
Eric Dubé's stuff would come up. So,
Mark Sargent was probably big back then too.
Right, Mark came to one of the meetups. Mark came to one of the meetups here in Huntington Beach, so I met him there.
Yeah,
and then
he seems like a nice guy from what everybody says.
Yeah, no, he's great.
But yeah, what do you think about like now, like with the algorithm and how it's like severely suppressed, and like talking about it can actually get you like put into a little black hole on the internet.
Yeah, obviously, YouTube is not required to follow the First Amendment and abide by free speech since they're a private company, not a government. But they're large and powerful enough that I can understand why people are upset. In general, I think that there should be less, putting your finger on the scale as far as the algorithm goes. But I don't know. It's a complicated question. People can still find what they want to. It's just harder.
Bring this up. Before you guys came in, just, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, we were just talking about that. I did a simple test. I searched YouTube for flat Earth, and most of the videos I get, because the algorithm is probably tailored to each person, right? So any of you guys try the same thing, you get different results, I'm guessing. 24/7 was like the 54th result, and a lot of the videos on top, even though I never watched any of what Professor Dave's content, that's what they serve me. And they should know now that I've never watched it, but they still serve it up. So it is definitely slanted towards anti-flat Earth stuff.
They should definitely not serve that to you, especially if you don't want to throw up afterwards. Nauseating. Professor Dave, that's the grossest thing of all.
Yeah, and there was a couple of Simon Dan and stuff like that as well. I almost threw up, so yeah.
When I was like looking for flat Earth content, when I first started coming to the realization, you know what, they could actually lie to us about it, away with it. But I still needed to find flat Earth content and see what the arguments were. I wanted an unbiased observation, and when I searched flat Earth, that was what popped up was Professor Dave versus Flat Earth Dave, and then there was the 2 moderators, and it really turned into a 3-on-1 more than anything else. And I watched the video. I'm like, this isn't even a debate. This is 3 guys bashing one dude. Like I knew right off the bat that was. And here we are.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done with that sentence.
No, go ahead, Dandelion.
Oh no, I was gonna say, like, what you just said, like, that was my experience too. I was thinking that too, like them putting like the most disingenuous, emotionally driven, illogical results up first. It's it's just a further litmus test that, I mean, it was like an immediate signal to me. Oh gosh, there really is something wrong with this globe. Like, this is the best they got. You know what I'm saying? This is what they're pushing. Like, so I would think, like, for anyone who has, an ability to reason logically, to have a chance of getting outside the globe called, to even imagine that there's a tiny percentage chance that a failed model could be the dominant model in any society, since we've seen this happen again and again, and it's always historically known this has occurred. That the mainstream is going to push something that's not true in reality. Anyone with a little bit of sense putting those results first makes it more likely that the globe is wrong. So thanks, guys.
I didn't even know what an ad hominem was, and I was watching that video. I'm like, they're just bashing the dude. Like, I don't even know anything about the dude. The dude could be a great guy. Like let's talk about the Earth, right? Like, let's talk about the dimensions. Let's talk about reality, right? Like, what are we seeing and going on? Now, when I look back, like, I understand the fallacious reasoning behind everything. They make an observation and then they make an assumption based on the observation. There's no verification of the assumption. But back then, I'm just like wanting to see a discussion on like attacking the what's the word I'm thinking of?
Attacking the argument instead of the person.
Argument, yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that. Oh, we have Deck back. Deck, did you watch the video? Do you have any comments about it? Just to fill everybody in before he goes. We were talking to Deck before, and he was going to watch the 21-mile Salt Lake video, and now it looks like he's back. You want to comment a little bit about it, Deck? Or you can feel free to
Deck. Oh, okay, Deck's the Barbie. Yeah, nice. Hey, Deck, did you watch the laser test thing? Is that like alcoholic trailer trash Barbie or what?
Dandelion has no filter. I love it.
Some days I have it. It's a little thin today. Christmas is coming.
Well, and she's referring to a character in the Barbie movie, so I think she's right, though.
Did you see the Barbie movie, Matthew?
Of course I did. It was amazing.
Oh, yeah. Matthew, did you take your wife? I saw it. My daughter invited me. Yeah. Did you go with your wife, Matthew?
I can't remember who I went with. I didn't go the same day as Oppenheimer, because the Barbenheimer thing where you go watch both movies in the same day.
Yeah, that other one sounded absolutely horrible. Like, that sounded like a horrible torment. I don't know what you would have to pay me to watch Oppenheimer. Like, definitely in the hundreds of dollars. I don't know. Like, maybe for $200 I'd go see it.
Yeah, it's okay. It was more about the the people that were involved than the events.
Right.
Well, we were talking about Professor Dave. He's a nice enough guy in person. I met him, but his online attitude really puts me off. His arrogance, and because he was talking against intelligent design before he did anything on Flat Earth. So as soon as he put videos out on intelligent design, I'm like, oh man, what's this guy talking about?
Yeah. But I mean, what were you watching that made Flat Earth pop up in your algorithm?
Originally, I don't remember. I might have seen some people on the beach or searched for it. I don't remember.
I mean, you wouldn't have outright searched for Flat Earth. Honestly, I didn't even know what Flat Earth was until 2021. Someone brought it to my attention. People think that the Earth is flat.
I made some videos, a couple, maybe 2019, 18 or 19 or something.
But you don't remember what you were watching, like.
I mean, it was just sort of in the air. Like, if you were just browsing around YouTube, they would try to put a bunch of different stuff in front of you and see what lands well. And so when I started seeing that type of stuff, I suppose I watched some of those YouTube videos on Flat Earth, but I don't remember specifically which ones.
No worries. I was just curious because some people were watching other things that showed up, especially around 2016. Like specific videos would trigger other videos. So that's how other people came across it.
And then I made a video about Flat Earth. It's about how the moon being in a certain spot shows that the Earth cannot be flat. That the best explanation is a globe. And so that I got a lot of comments on that video. And so I watched a bunch of stuff in relation to that.
But that was you said 2019, you said?
So let me look at it.
And by the way, I have seen, I don't remember what video I saw. I think you were talking to your class about Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I did this sort of prank back and forth where I'm talking to the screen.
Maybe. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, when I saw it, I was kind of disgusted by it. And so, just a FYI, that's why I'm a little sharp with you.
Was it about Flat Earth?
It was, but I don't remember. Like, you were mocking Flat Earth.
No, I've never mocked Flat Earth. I have presented both sides of the argument, and many people said that I was one of the most fair globers in presenting the Miggy's 3 points. You don't feel a rotation. You don't measure vacuum next to space, and no measurement, no curvature measured, and no rotation.
Gosh, I'm going to have to do more investigation now because I also heard that you mocked it, that your character of the Flat Earth was purposely some kind of like a dim hillbilly type. But yeah, I've never actually seen it myself, but that's how it's been characterized to me. Yeah.
I wouldn't call it that. I mean,
like maybe it was like you. I can't remember. This was like over 2 years ago. I remember seeing it, and I just remember. I don't know. Maybe you were being serious from the globe side, and then you were having this like silly flat Earth side, right? Like you weren't taking it serious, whatever.
That's what I heard. But since I haven't actually seen it, we're just informing you, Matthew. This is how it's been characterized in the Flat Earth community. So we could actually investigate, couldn't we, Sheepdog, if we wanted?
Yeah, so that thumbnail, I mean, I wore a hat as when I was saying Flat Earth things, and I didn't wear a hat when I was saying Globe Earth things. And some people saw that hat as kind of ridiculous, but I actually wear that hat. So it wasn't making fun of anything. It was just like trying to differentiate two different characters in the video.
I'd have to actually watch it to know for sure. Yeah, because I like the hat. Actually, if the hat, like, because that hat is going to like shade your face in the summer. You could go hiking with that hat. You could go fishing. I'd actually think the guy with the hat was cooler. Yeah, so
I
I'll have to watch it.
Skin cancer hat.
I'll look into your channel. Maybe it wasn't this specific video. Maybe it was a different. Because I don't have an issue with people, putting on a skit or anything and giving an honest representation from both sides. It's the mocking part that kind of did me.
That YouTube video that you showed me, I do have some issues with it. that are interesting. I wish I could draw it out for you, like instead of explaining it, but
Excuse me, sorry.
You could draw it, and then you could take a picture of your drawing, and then you could post it.
Yeah, let's do that. Let me give me a
Yeah.
minute.
There's a responding to flat Earth argument comment. You said you had that one now. No. It was a video where you made a specific comment about 24/7. God, I can't believe you said that. Now it's been so long, I don't know. I've done forgotten what was said. All that.
Yep, both of those YouTube videos I posted got more than 30,000 views, so I guess the algorithm liked my videos.
Oh yeah. Anything that goes against flat Earth and is pro globe is going to get a little bit of value. They're still going to stick the little Wikipedia thing up there in the corner, but they can definitely take the thumb off of your account. I mean, there was a time I would go and just search with it, and Dave McKeegan and Professor Dave would show up, and I'm like, Witsit ain't even in the fucking the hashtags that are associated with the video. Like, I don't know where or why they would put these videos over Witsit gets it. Now, when I search, some things have been lifted, but like you gotta be, like you said, you gotta be very specific. But I think in a lot of ways, some of the algorithm has gotten better. But I don't know. I barely do social media anymore. I know the social media I get from like X, it's extremely emotional baiting.
I can't post pictures for some reason in the chat.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, it must be because you haven't been in politics that long. When did you join? Oh no, you've been in politics since 2018. Gosh, you'd think they would let you. Oh no, you've been in Discord since 2018. You've only been in politics since November 16th, 2025. That must be the reason, because it's some kind of like a activity-based thing. Yeah, where you level up automatically. You could send it to one of us, and we could post it. You could send it to me, or I don't know
Yeah.
if anybody else wants you to send it to them, but I don't mind. I think I can get messages. I don't think I changed that. I remember thinking about changing it, but I don't think I actually did.
It's a very bad picture, but
I can't wait to see.
Okay, I see it. I will post it, and then you can explain it to us.
so you have these guys that are 20 miles apart, and I'm not necessarily, I don't know exactly what they're looking for, but I know what they should be looking for. And they should be looking for a bulge in the water that protrudes to cut their laser off, right?
Yeah, like
Right.
if the Earth is a globe, gravity is pulling all the water down on the Earth, so therefore
Right.
water
And
should
the
be
sides would be
curving.
further down. Right. And so I was proving this to this guy earlier that like you can do this with surface tension in a swimming pool, a very large swimming pool, a cup, anything. And if you put too much water into the pool, it'll bubble around over the pool. It'll be higher in the middle. But as soon as you add any kind of turbulence in the water, that bubble will, in essence, if you had a beach on the side of the pool, the water would go up on the beach and then move back and forth. And then if you were to shoot a laser over that, you would get a flat surface. And then as soon as you stop the turbulence, assuming that the beach was slanted, it would go back to its original state as a bubble. And in this case, if you're expecting a bubble and the water is not still, it's not if the water's moving, you're never going to get that bubble. I mean, I don't know how large you could scale up your test. I don't know. We don't have the money to build a 20-mile swimming pool, but
How much
if you
curvature do you think is over 20 miles?
over 20 miles, I'd probably say it would have to be several meters, probably 10 meters.
Probably more than that.
Yeah. But nevertheless, no matter how
Yeah.
much curvature you have in any kind of,
Do you know the height of the laser in that video?
5 feet.
5 feet. So check this out. I'm gonna go to Earth curve. I'm gonna Google Earth curve calculator. They actually have these out there.
Right, I get what you're saying, but you're never going to get a water that basically, as soon as you have any kind of turbulence in the water is not going to follow gravity's laws because it's not being pulled on in the center as far as that's concerned. The water is being moved by other forces out and away from what gravity is wanting it to do. That's why we have
All right, brother. Um, let's do metric. 60 meters.
yeah,
That's how much curve there is over 20 miles with a
60
with
meters, yeah.
so if you got a laser 5 feet high and you shoot it over 20 miles of water, at the
Yeah.
other end the laser should be 60 meters above your head,
Okay.
198 feet.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is no matter how high that would be, as soon as you had any kind of turbulence in the water, it will pull that down and away from where it needs to be at. I'm telling you, any kind of swimming pool that you can go to and create a scenario where there's no wind, there's no fishes in the water, you can make a curve in that swimming pool, no matter how big it is.
Yeah, but
And
you can't make 198 feet of.
So, Deck, are you talking about like the surface tension, like the image I posted?
I'm saying any pool that you make that does not have any turbulence in the water, no matter how big it is, you can make a curve in it. It is
Well,
possible
look at
to make a
look
curve.
at the image that Matthew Learns put in the side chat. It bulges up, but it's still flat on top.
Yeah,
Right, what
the
I'm saying
cause
is
of the bulge is not what you think it is, right? It's not gravity.
it is gravity.
Yeah, so it's surface tension in that case, or if it's a meniscus, it can go the other way. But
what I'm saying is if it
those
didn't,
effects are only a couple millimeters. Like even in a
if,
swimming pool, it would be like 2 millimeters higher.
right,
Yeah, surface
exactly.
tension forms due to intermolecular forces, not gravity.
Right, I understand that, but the reason
I mean, I get your reasoning behind it, but there's not enough surface tension out there to create 198 feet of. Matter of fact, let me lower this down to 0. You have to do the entire 266 feet of surface tension. There's no way that it would ever bulge that much over 20 miles.
Yeah, I don't see that actually bulging either like that. There might be some incremental amount, but for all we know, it could be concave bulging, right?
I'm not saying that it will be surface tension. I'm saying in an example like surface tension where it is bulging out.
And I get your reasoning behind it, but
any kind of turmoil that you put into that cup, it's going to break that roundedness of it.
Your reasoning is based on, as a child, you were taught the Earth is too big to see the curve. It looks flat, but it's curving, and then you never questioned it ever again. So now you're trying to reason without
No, I'm saying it's
actual
not curving.
evidence.
I'm saying it's not curving. Not
Oh,
that
it's not
not
curving?
that lake. Not that lake.
It has to curve.
If it is curving, it's so minuscule you could not see it. But if the water was not moving, there was no wind, there was no fishes, it would be curving a lot more than it is in that video.
It has to curve, brother.
It doesn't.
It does.
What I'm saying is if you take a surface tension and create a bubble similar to what a bulge would be on Earth, that should be in a pond. There should be. And you create any kind of turbulence in that surface tension, it will break and make the bubble flat.
Let me ask you this: if you have a pond and then you add more water to it, what's going to happen?
It'll create a bubble.
It'll just push outward more because water will seek the lowest part and then it'll spread out within its container.
Right, I understand that. But you will still create a larger surface tension bubble than what's in a cup.
No, it'll just continue to get higher and spread out. It's not like there's not a vertical wall on a lake like in a swimming pool.
Yeah, right.
Just like a beach. Like the water is just going to continue to go further and further up the shoreline.
Right. But you're still gonna have a certain amount of surface tension in a lake or anything that was not moving. It's just gonna be less than
it's going to be flat.
A straight wall.
It's just like as you add more water, the water is going to rise and it's going to spread out further across the shoreline.
No, you will have
go
surface
further up the
tension
shoreline.
any size of amount of water. You will have surface tension. You could do it with a cooler. You could do it with a swimming pool.
If you have a vertical wall with nothing behind it.
Yes. Well, even if you made a slanted cup, you can make a slanted cup. You would still get surface tension.
Okay, so if I flooded the whole Earth, if I flooded the whole Earth, then the Earth would be a ball. Then.
Yes.
Retarded. Water should be curving already right now, and it's not.
Right, because you have turbulence in the water.
There's no turbulence. It rained, and the fucking ground is still.
One thing is, in that cup, if you barely move the water in that cup, it'll break that bubble.
Yeah, nobody's moving the lake bed. Nobody's
It is.
moving Salt
The
Lake.
water is moving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. All those fish
Brother.
in there, any kind of movement in there. Of course, it would need more for a lake than
Okay, so then water's flat and Earth is flat. All the oceans are flat too.
No, the ocean is a different scenario.
No, the turbulence is breaking the water, bro. It can't
No,
bubble.
well, the ocean is a different scenario.
No. I'm going by exactly what you said. Turbulence
No.
is breaking the water.
It has similar
All those
properties.
sharks and whales, and I mean,
It has
hell,
similar.
whales communicate with each other from 400 miles away. That's impossible if the Earth is a ball too.
Well, what I would suggest is, if it would be possible, I would do this in the ocean and not in a lake, because it's a different scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. If this test could be done in the ocean, I would 100% agree with it.
Done
But
it in the
that's what
ocean.
I was
Would you
thinking
like
is,
to see an example of that? Someone show him the black swan, or maybe the turbines. Let's see if I can find those. There's DJ when we meet.
Yeah, I got it.
what you also have to remember, though, in the ocean is you cannot get close enough to the water to measure it correctly. That's another issue.
What are you talking about?
Like any variable in a swimming pool that the largest swimming pool on Earth, if there is curvature, you would be
Yeah.
it would be
Here's a
possible.
PhD in optics. He's looking at a wind farm off the coast of England. Makes a 14-mile observation, flat as can be. You want to talk about turbulence?
What better expert could you hope for?
I know, right? A PhD. Here's a guy that was looking at over a lake. It was frozen, and he measured out his markers over a lake using his odometer. All documented. Let's see. Did y'all show him the FE core laser test?
I
Oh,
haven't.
because he wants ocean measurements. So I think the one you posted first is perfect. That's in the ocean, the wind farm.
Yeah, that Rampion wind farm observation just blows the globe out of the water. It's better than the black swan at the oil rigs, in my opinion.
Anyway,
Yeah,
what
Jack,
I'm trying
take
to
some
say is
time and have a look
what
at
I'm trying
that
what I'm trying to
John
say
D
is
video.
if you were to take a swimming pool and make a bulge, like a surface tension bulge in it, make a turbulence in the swimming pool, the water would wash up onto the sides of a swimming pool, make like a wave like you would have in like on a beach. Just imagine the side of the pool is like a beach. And then in the center of the swimming pool, the water would point up like a point in the center of it, and then go back and forth, just like the ocean does, just like a lake does. Any type of water, the water concentrates its forces in the center of it, not the sides of it, the center.
It's not true.
And
That's
then back
not
and forth.
hydrostatic equilibrium and pressure is perpendicular to the surface outward against the container.
Right, but we're talking about a circular, like the problem is
A beach is the
lakes,
container, bro.
everything, the ocean. Yeah.
Right. So the container forces back in with the same pressure that it's forcing outward.
Yeah, okay. It's like this. You have if you throw water up a hill, it's not going to go down for a little bit. It's going to keep moving up the hill. And what I'm saying is like the turbulence that you have in the ocean is constantly pushing it up that hill. So gravity is never getting a chance to move it down the other way where it needs to be. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like an assumption of what we should see in the ocean in a spherical Earth would be that the ocean is hundreds of miles up in the air, right? In the center of it. There's a massive bulge in the ocean. Maybe not hundreds of miles, but very high up in the air.
What?
The bulge of the ocean should be, you should be able to notice it, right? Like or in a pond or in a lake, you should be able to notice a bulge in the center of it. But any
I don't think no. Like there are salt flats you can go to. Okay, and when they get rained upon, these salt flats, some of them are like hundreds of square kilometers. They form a perfect flat mirrored surface. Tourists go there all the time and take video and pictures.
You can't look at land. That's why people look at water.
No, it's a salt flat. It's full of water. That's the thing. It's maybe like a centimeter high of water, perfectly smooth like a glass surface of salt, and it's flat for hundreds of square kilometers.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, you don't know how far it is away from Earth's center. That's why flat earthers don't use Earth as an example.
What do you mean we don't know how far away? Listen, Earth curves at an average rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Okay,
Yes,
and the
but
average
land does not
deviation
follow
along
that.
the semi-major and semi-minor axes is like, what is it, 1/3 of 1% of a perfect ellipsoid?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this salt flat, if someone would have gone out
Circloid,
there
rather.
with a bulldozer and dumped dirt out and made it 8 inches, then you would be like, oh, well, it's 8 inches. You can't follow land. That's why people use water.
That's what I'm talking about. Water covering a salt flat is flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, but you can cover any piece of land in water.
So gravity's claimed to provide an equipotential where at every point along the surface of a globe, gravity is pulling downward. So there's a radial, or pushing downward, radially inward to a common center of mass. So you take, if you're on a globe, you take a bubble level, you can walk around and hold it level, and you could walk around the ball and it's always going to stay level if you're on a globe. What needs to be measured is that deviation, the deviation from a tangent to the ball, and a rotation, the tangent rotation from point A to point B.
Right.
Around the ball. Now, nobody's able to measure that. We tried with lasers.
What I'm saying is there's no way for it to create a bubble if there's turbulence in the water. There's no way for it to rise like it should.
What do you mean? Why should any body of water rise in the middle?
That's what you're trying to prove, that it can't do that. That's what the video's
we're
about.
Trying to measure drop over distance.
No, not drop over distance. You're trying to see the bulge in the water that comes up from a lake.
No. What should be happening is at the destination of that laser, the laser should be 198 feet above your head. It's not about seeing the bulge. The laser shouldn't be hitting the target.
Flat. The lake is flat, though.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Well, if you're pointing a laser over something flat, then how are you going to get change?
Where's the globe
Water
then?
should be curving.
No,
how many flat?
That's what I'm saying. You either
how many
need
flat
to
swaths are there on the surface of a ball deck?
Brother, you're trying to see the curve in the ocean. You're not trying to see the change in height on land.
I'm still talking about, at what point did I talk about land?
Well, he was saying that it's supposed to be so many meters over your head, and that's impossible because you're shooting a laser straight over a flat piece of water.
Yeah, because Earth is not curving.
And I'm saying to you, the reason the water is not curving is because it has turbulence. If it was curving it should be on a round Earth.
No, FE Core shot a laser over a frozen lake, dude. 40 kilometers.
Yeah, it'll be flat. Perfectly. A lake will be perfectly
It
flat.
was.
Yes.
Professor Dr. John D. took his high-end optics and was able to zoom into the base of windmills 12 kilometers away from his position out in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, you could see a lot more than you can at least see a lot further than that.
We've taken measurements over the Salton Sea using mirror flashes. We've taken measurements over at Lake Tahoe. We've taken measurements at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands.
They're all going to be flat.
It's all bodies of water. We've done
Yeah.
measurements up and down coastlines over the water. It's
Mhm.
flat there too.
Yeah, they're all going to be flat, other than the ocean.
Exactly. So for somebody to say that the Earth is curving, where's the curvature? That's what we want to find out. Where is it?
You're
Because
never
it's
going
nowhere
to
to be
find it in
found.
the lake because you have turbulence
No,
in
we
the
did
water.
oceans, dude. Frozen lakes, no turbulence.
Well, frozen lakes is the same thing as a lake.
Yeah, with the hard sheet
Really?
of
So it's
ice.
frozen. It's frozen.
Right.
There's no turbulence, right?
You
Can't
have
be
a flat
turbulent.
lake.
It's
If you
frozen.
have a flat lake and you freeze it, it's still going to be flat. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
When does
Yeah.
water curve?
It's not
How
going to
far
if it has
away?
turbulence. The only time you're going to get a water to curve if it does not have turbulence, other than the ocean.
Okay, so how far away on the ocean?
Very far.
How far? From a
I would have to
5 foot
research that
observer height. How
for
far?
you, but
We know what the claim is if Earth's a globe.
well, I don't know. Right?
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
You know, like
you
so
don't have
many
to take our
acres
word
per
for it.
mile or something.
I'm
Or
just saying I can't give you that. I don't know. You know.
Right, and we use water specifically because of the claim that gravity forms an equipotential around the surface of a ball. So mean sea level should be curved around a globe and should be at an average height.
The ocean
changed the definition to that too.
So right, so you
Back
should
in
be able to
2019.
you should be able to, especially if it's frozen, be able to measure that deviation that is
Well,
consistent with a curving surface.
the interesting thing is, I think you kind of have to look away from lasers, and I would look more into radio waves, because
We've
radio
done that
waves
too.
cannot go through land.
Right. So we
I
have
agree.
people who are professional microwave installers
Mhm.
who've done the same thing.
Right, but why would you not be
Yeah.
able to send that to?
They establish what's called the Fresnel zone between point A and B over the surface of the Earth, whether it's land or water.
So if the ocean is flat,
The
and for
Fresnel
whatever
zone
reason,
doesn't bend.
right? So if the ocean is flat, and
How about a
it's not
10,000
possible
mile? How about a 10,000 mile radio communication before there were any satellites
from land, like
from land?
from like
From UK to
ocean height,
Australia, dude.
right? From like ocean height.
Yeah, from UK to Australia.
Flat.
Or maybe during World War II when the Germans were crisscrossing beams to find hidden British targets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Or
would have
maybe
to look
when
at. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
maybe when the Titanic sank, the SOS signal was picked up 3,000 miles away.
Oh, that's a good one. We've also got high altitude infrared observations. Right. I mean, we've got observations of mountain ranges that should be 180,000 feet below the curvature horizon of a globe. But you can see it in infrared. Right. So the whole purpose of using infrared is to cut through the haze so you could see the curvature of the Earth pop out. Problem is, it looks even flatter. Where's the curve?
I see what's happening here with the radio waves.
What, they were bouncing it up the ionosphere?
Yeah, they didn't know about skywave propagation back then, and the time of day that they were doing it is not conducive to bouncing off the E and F layers.
So
And not only that, but the frequency that they use, or the wavelength that they used, was 5 higher than what bounces off of the ionosphere.
I don't think so, dude. Not according to current claims. They used a very, very low frequency. High frequencies are set to go through.
Not high frequency. It was like, so bouncing off the ionosphere is between this frequency and this frequency, and he was like 5 kilohertz above that.
I don't think so, dude.
His radio. I'll look into it. I'll pull it up.
Like we don't actually know exactly what frequency range he used. We have an idea. I think it's like 2 to 3 megahertz. I think might have been like.
See, this would be something very difficult to prove with radio waves, just because they travel so fast. It would cost a lot of money to do it. But basically, what you would have to assume is that you would somehow have to. It would be hard to do it as a flat Earth, or you would have. Man,
no.
Anyway,
what you do is you build what's called a high gain antenna. Examples are Yagi or log periodic antennas. You also have a high gain receiver.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this way you can narrow the beam and you can make it super thin, highly directional.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if the radio wave was traveling straight in a straight line on a flat Earth from, let's just say, the United States to China, there would be, if you could calculate how long it would take to make that distance. So, and then you could do the same thing for it supposedly bouncing off the ionosphere and coming back to China. You could calculate that distance somehow, right?
Why calculate that when you can send like a song, right? Like you could play a song, and then that song could be picked up from the receiver, and someone could say, "Yep, I heard that song."
Well, that's not what you're trying to figure out. You're trying to figure out whether it's on a flat Earth. You're not gonna hear it from the ionosphere and bounce down. You're gonna hear it in a straight line. It'll travel faster going straight to China. You see what I'm saying? Over the ocean. You would receive it faster than you would receive it if it was bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down, because it's a longer path. So you would have to calculate how long it would take to travel in a straight line on a flat Earth if it was traveling from the United States to China, and if it took longer than that, then that means it would be bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down and not traveling straight across. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you'd have to assume the distance from the United States to China.
And that's the issue. Is we don't have a flat Earth distance.
Well, there's a lot of issues with getting distances over water, right?
I think there is.
There's no landmark.
No.
Well, the other issue is
referencing a landmark.
The main issue is that the radio waves, from what I could see online, Google search, right? They travel at 180,000 miles per hour. So having some type of receiver that could decipher between milliseconds would be hard to find as well.
What you're describing is GPS.
No, because
they send the time.
It's traveling so fast you would almost hear it if your ears were hearing it, you would hear it at the same time. If you were playing a song and you were sending a radio wave straight to China across the ocean, and it was also receiving it from the ionosphere, right? Then, well, actually, hold on a second. Is there some way to make a cone of radio waves that did not go upwards? I don't know.
I was just describing to you earlier, Deck, and you kept shooting me down. You need a high gain antenna and high gain receiver from point to point.
The issue is like if you're pointing it straight across in a on a circular Earth, it's still going to hit the ionosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's still eventually going to hit it.
Yeah, let me interject here real quick. The problem is, even in your local town, your FM radio station is, you tune it into your car, there's an effect called picket fencing, to where
you'll essentially receive the same signal a fraction of a second later because it's, in theory, bounced off a couple things. So the problem with any of this is that you really can't control the radio wave. If you want to call it a radio wave, you really can't control that signal between the transmitter and the receiver. That's the problem with any of this. Nobody knows exactly where it goes and where it was. All they know is that you receive it. So you can send it 3 times in a row and it could go a completely different path each time.
Yeah,
Right.
it's why
What
RF
I
engineers spend a lot of time studying and surveying areas to find the optimal path. And a lot of times they'll say, F it, I'm just going to put up a big tower 300 feet high and put a microwave emitter on top.
Yeah, and the whole issue is like if you could send it straight across the ocean on a flat Earth to China, you would receive it faster than it going up, bouncing off the ionosphere, and then coming back down in some random direction.
Maybe
You'd have
so,
to.
but that doesn't prove anything.
What I'm saying is, if you could calculate, I don't know if it's possible, how fast it would take the difference between those two.
Yeah, what you're describing are called echoes. I mean, they happen all the time. And I think that's what Barrington was also describing.
Yeah, but echoes also are plausible in a spherical, because if you're sending it straight up and it bounces down, it bounces across, versus going straight across the ocean. On a spherical Earth, if you shoot it straight across the ocean, it'll still go up to the ionosphere eventually.
Yes, but it would have to hit a specific location in the ionosphere to bounce back down and hit a specific location on Earth. Do you agree?
Right.
It'd have to be frequency dependent and time of day dependent and meteorologically dependent.
A lot of variables, honestly. But
yeah, some of us understand this kind of thing, and
we understand the implications.
Right. The problem is we have wireless transmissions taking place before they even knew that there was such a thing that they call an ionosphere today. And that they were conducting these transmission tests during the time of day where it's not optimal for the signal to be bouncing in the manner that we would describe it having to do today with this knowledge, if you want to call it that. So how is it doing it? Right, when the sun goes away, that's typically when these layers come out and you can bounce your beam off of them. Skip the beam off of them, they say, right? But what if it's morning where it's supposed to be skipping? And the transmission still has a path to its destination. Well, then that's kind of interesting.
By the way, Deck, I put a link in the side chat for you and tagged you a list of other long distance observations that include eyesight observations, laser observations, and radio wave observations.
All right, bet. Thank you.
Now, it is listed on Web Archive. The guy that was maintaining it, he just got tired of paying for the what you call it, the website, not the website, but the server. So he just backed it up on Web Archive.
When you said before you traveling over distance and knowing how far you've traveled or where you've gone is hard or like impossible to do. It's not. We have all sorts of modern instruments to do that like very easily.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, thing that planes use all the time, inertial navigation system.
Yeah, how do they know how far they've traveled?
Because that's how the instrument works. It's measuring
How?
it with what, as in how the inertial navigation instrument works.
Yeah, how? Yeah, why don't you tell us?
Yeah. So it's got a central gyroscope on the 3 axes of like sets of gimbals, and it's also kind of it's integrated with accelerometers and position sensors, so that it's maintaining kind of a level over the Earth. Because what
That doesn't
would
address how far
happen?
they've gone, dude. How do you know how far they've gone?
that's how the accelerometers, position sensors, and the actual the gyro work in tandem. Like, they're
What if the
telling you
plane's
your
not
distance.
accelerating?
Yeah, that's where the position sensors come in, and like the
Position
attitude
sensors?
sensors. Sorry.
How do position sensors tell you how fast the plane is going?
No, so you've got attitude sensors.
Yeah, we're talking about
Which,
distance travel, dude. Try to focus.
yeah, you said what if the plane's not accelerating? So why are you jumping between questions?
Yeah, no, I'm not, because you keep diverting away from the distance problem. You're trying to talk about attitude.
You said what if the plane's not accelerating? I
Right,
know
because
what
you
you're
said the
asking.
accelerometers could tell you like how far the plane is
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you go give an example of that?
Because if the plane is in motion, right, the accelerometers are giving a reading as to the force the plane is experiencing.
What if the plane's flying at a constant rate of speed? Is it accelerating?
Yeah, or what about headwinds and tailwinds?
They're all part of the adjustment.
The adjustment, yeah. Can you be any more, bland with your descriptions?
Well, what? Okay, tell me, what are you asking?
For like the 10th time, I'm asking you how the plane knows how far it's traveled. You said we have all these systems to determine the distance that these planes travel over water. And I'm like, great. Why don't you give us a method? And, and what I'm hearing is anything but.
Like in a car, we have rotational speed of the wheel, right?
Yeah.
How do you measure speed in a plane?
Yeah, you're using inertial instruments.
Okay, so you're moving at a constant rate of speed, and it's as if you're not moving at all. Now what?
Yeah, then the accelerometer is reading that the plane is moving at a consistent velocity. Like, so what?
So 0.
No, because the accelerometer read that the plane was experiencing a force. Therefore, it's taking it from the last reference point that it's moving at a constant speed. Because to go back to 0, it would have to decelerate.
That's not an accelerometer.
Unfortunately, headwinds and tailwinds will fuck with you right here.
No, they don't, because it's all inertia. It's all inertia. It is all going to affect the readings from the accelerometer.
If you're supposedly flying at 500 miles an hour and you get a headwind of 200 miles an hour, how fast are you?
Yeah, you just take an X, Y, and Z direction and say, right, this is in what resultant direction I am heading as a result of this tailwind, as a result of my inclination or declination. Am I dropping altitude? Am I increasing in altitude? How fast am I going?
I have no idea what I asked.
Well, then you're asking random gibberish.
Well, you don't know you don't even know what I asked. Just a simple math problem, bro.
And I just told you have got 3 axes of movement, haven't you?
Okay, so you're not going up in altitude, you're not going down in altitude, and you're not turning. You're moving in a linear path, and you're supposed to be going 500 miles an hour because you're at full throttle, but you have a 200 mile an hour headwind. How fast are you going?
You can work it out. I'm not solving a math problem here for you. Like, yeah, you just use some trigonometry to determine a resultant speed. Like this
what's 500 minus 200?
Sorry. Well, so we just say 300 then, whatever.
There you go.
Right? Is this productive? Like, what's your point?
Is it what?
What is your point?
If you don't have any land markers and you're out over the water and you can't tell how fast you're going, how do you know how fast you're going?
It's measuring it. That's how it works. Are you questioning the fact of whether it's measuring it?
You claim that there are all kinds of ways that airplanes can measure their distance between point A and B, and you brought up accelerometers. That's where we are right now, right? And then I'm like, well, what if you're flying in a steady like 100 mile an hour headwind? Your accelerometer reads 0, which is exactly the same as if you're flying in calm air. So how do you determine how much distance you've actually gained during that time that the accelerometer is reading 0?
No,
you know, and you're in a 100 mile an hour headwind.
Okay, if it really feels like I need to
yeah.
What?
Okay.
It really feels like an. Oh, what the hell? We're just 5 years old. Are you gonna like let me just respond?
Is this the day that you come in and you pretend like you have no past history with any of us?
So you're saying that you're specifically going to be ignorant because you've been butt hurt in past sessions?
I'm going to be ignorant, but you don't deserve any respect. Not only that, but you're speaking gibberish.
You're still seething.
You're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, right.
You haven't said anything.
That planes do every single day all over the earth.
You don't understand how they're doing it, right? So because an
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Steady flight.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, Yoder. I want you to continue with what you were saying, but I came on to see did Deck have anything more to ask or say? But of course, Deck has left because Cosmic Nun, whatever he is today, has interrupted and derailed the conversation with the new person. Good job, gold medal for slitheriness. Go ahead, Yoder.
No, Deck left a while back, and Danny Lion, we'll review it with you here in a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have to review it. He was here when Dude started blabbering. I came on and checked, and he left because he was bored, obviously. Because yeah, go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, I mean, final part here, and this is not refutable. So these accelerometers have a blind spot. As they read 0 in steady flight, they have no way of knowing if they're moving like 500 knots in calm air or 500 knots against a 100-knot headwind. The forces are going to be balanced in both cases, and you're not going to be able to determine how far the plane has actually flown. Okay.
Okay.
So,
right. I think we need to simplify it. So it's like, right. I have an accelerometer. Say in my car. I think most cars have. Like,
no, you can't use your car. Your car uses wheel rotation.
No, cars use a bunch of different instruments. I mean,
I use an analogy with going from point A to B over water, like you were initially supposed to defend.
Well, I wrote my thesis on one of the types of sensors a car has that has nothing to do with wheel rotation. Well, it has something to do with wheel rotation.
This is all
but
about
it's
getting a
different
distance between like two cities across the ocean, which you said, airplanes have all these ways to consistently measure this. And then you brought up accelerometers, and then I shot you down. So that's where we are in this part of the conversation. If you want to move on to cars or something else, take the L and we can move on to cars.
Because I feel like we need to simplify it. So it's like just
I made it super simple. I think the audience understands. If you don't, I can cut you loose right now.
Okay. If I'm walking, right, and I have an accelerometer attached to my body, right, the accelerometer from rest reads 0, right? I start walking. Okay, the accelerometer starts to read something. It reads an acceleration, like a few meters per second acceleration or something like that. It then goes back down to 0 again, right? It reads 0.
Sure. Then we measure stride.
But from the accelerometer's point of view, what is the logical conclusion of what I am doing while it's still reading 0? It's an open question. What would the conclusion be inferred as a result of the accelerometer still reading?
I'm sorry,
0?
I fail to see the relevance.
Because we're building up to a plane. Because I need to simplify this.
No, you don't need to simplify it for me, dude. I know more about this topic than you do.
You're not understanding this, so I need to simplify.
I am understanding this, okay? I know how air data inertial reference units work in airplanes.
Right. So this should be easy to understand because I can bring it back to a plane. It's like you get very confused.
It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant.
Okay, take a plane, right? Since you got upset when I talked about walking or using cars, right? You're in a plane. You take off, right? And let's just keep it fairly simple, right? And say that there is one accelerometer reading your acceleration parallel to the axis of the fuselage. So just call it your x direction. Right? If the initially at rest state we know it's 0. It takes off. Suddenly it starts reading acceleration going. Right. It then, when the plane reaches a constant speed, it returns to 0. Obviously, it's going at a constant speed, no acceleration. Right. What would the logical conclusion from point of view of the accelerometer be that the plane is doing? No answer. So you guys just don't know.
Brother, do you think that we just sit in here all day and that we don't have jobs?
You don't seem to know.
Huh? I wasn't even listening to you because I'm still trying to figure out what other instrument are you using if the accelerometer
what the answer to the question is. You're still trying to figure out what the answer to the question is. That's why I'm saying I simplified it.
Go ahead. What's your question?
The question was, as I said, right? What would the logical conclusion be to draw from the data from the accelerometer as to what the plane is doing?
If it reads 0 and you're in mid-flight, you're not moving at all.
No. The accelerometer doesn't know you're in mid-flight. But what is the conclusion from the pilot reading the data?
You're not moving. That you're not moving.
No. Okay. No, sorry. I don't want to be condescending on that. It's the conclusion is that you're going at a constant speed because the accelerometer hasn't read any deceleration?
You don't need it to read deceleration.
How would it think that, or how would you think looking at that data, planes come to a stop? You're not reading any deceleration.
You're a fucking moron.
That's your counter argument.
Show me a linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat right now. A linear accelerometer right now. Post in the chat.
What?
A linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat.
What do you mean? You can have
you don't even know your own argument. You don't even understand your own argument.
An accelerometer in one axis.
Yeah. So how do you know whether you're accelerating or slowing down? That's linear, right? You're going in a direction.
We agreed.
There's curvilinear, so you got a ring laser gyro, which measures the rotational acceleration. I want you to show me the linear accelerometer.
Why? What is it?
Because that's your argument. Because that's your argument. That the plane, the data, right, is that it's measuring that if it's going at a constant speed, it would not measure any output. Because there's no acceleration.
I don't even know. How long have you been
Hold on,
listening,
sheepdog. Wait, sheepdog. I want to know what device they're measuring linear acceleration with in the first place. So you made up everything you fucking said. Everything.
No, I didn't.
Then show the device that they're measuring a linear acceleration with.
No, that's not necessary for the argument.
It is, because that's what you said. You said there's a device that's measuring an acceleration.
Okay.
And if it's going at a constant speed, it's not measuring an acceleration. What device is that?
Yeah, I don't
what
care
device is that?
What the exact device is called. I don't care.
Because that device doesn't exist, dude.
I mean, this is
no
the thing
such
where you
thing
say
as a linear
no.
accelerometer. They don't exist.
Okay.
So you've been bluffing and bullshitting and saying, I'm not going to be condescending. You're talking out your asshole the whole time.
No, this is the thing I find.
No, I don't care what you find. I don't care about your social commentary. Produce the device. That measures, it says the data. You said data. What device is sending out data that matches what you're saying?
It's worse than that, in you. His whole argument is saying...
Shut the fuck up, Cosmic. Don't ever talk in here again.
He literally used the argument that accelerometers measure distance travel over water. That's where it started. It was worse than that.
There's something called an inertial navigation system, but that's not simply an accelerometer. In fact, it's not an accelerometer at all in the sense of measuring acceleration.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Indio. I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
Yeah. I know. I just didn't want to let this dude off the hook. I'm already irritated because I just happened to click on, because I got the live stream in the background. I click on mute, and I hear freaking Dandelion spurging about this clown running interference.
I'm glad you liked spurging. It wasn't for nothing then. Got you in here.
Wasn't. And then I okay, maybe he actually has a point. And then it's just made up bullshit.
Well, he came in here, right, with this little sad puppy dog voice, I'm trying to be good, guys. And then it's like, don't act like you don't have a fucking...
And then he's like, you guys can't answer my question. Of course we can't answer your question. Your made-up fucking device that belongs on the state to Slay. So, in an airplane, they measure acceleration with something called a pitot tube. Okay? That's what they measure the speed with. Yeah, okay, just post... Yeah, Cosmic, just post the device in the chat. And then we can talk about the data that you says exists. My question is, I just want to see how you guys can explain. What would the pilot think about the data? What fucking data? With what device? Talking out your ass. So just...
And then he tried to say that Well, since you don't understand accelerometers in airplanes, we'll talk about the accelerometer in a car. It's like you're measuring wheel rotation, dude.
This is the problem, Sheepdog. Is this person interacts with reality through a phone? So the little phone is like the window to his freaking made up reality. It's like, phone, man. It's got an accelerometer. If I drop my phone, man, it'll tell me its orientation. That must be what the plane's doing. Yoder tried to explain it to him. I heard him, but he's too dumb.
We've got Giga. Oh yeah, we've talked to Giga before. Welcome back, Giga. If you're the same Giga, I don't know. There could be more than one.
I think I'm the same Giga. I've been in here before.
Yeah. What did we talk about last time?
I think we talked about lasers and like a lake or something to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with Deck earlier. Also, yeah, it's a good thing to talk about. Yep, those lasers demonstrate there's no curvature. That's what they demonstrate. They, you could say they disprove the globe.
I thought the other day, though, I just kind of wanted to mention this. Is it possible that gravity bends the light as well, though?
Well, first you'd have to prove that your gravity is capable of having any effect on anything anywhere in some kind of objective scientific way. Are you able to do that?
Well, yeah, gravity absolutely affects light. That's why black holes are black, you know?
Oh, so you've got some proof of black holes for us. Yeah, post the post the verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence with the experiment, with the testable hypothesis, the independent and dependent variable that can be manipulated. So how are you manipulating the independent variable in the case of black holes and light, as you claim?
How am I manipulating an independent variable?
Yeah, that's the question. Yep. What's the independent variable in your black hole proposition?
Is Earth a black hole now?
Light. Light would be the variable.
Well, let me tell you, Giga, even if the general theory of relativity was true and gravity bent light, the mass of Earth would only bend light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So now that ain't gonna do it. You're gonna need more bendy.
I forgot flat Earth. A lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity as well.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't do what you need it to do.
It is odd though, Indio, that like the evidence for a globe is that everything looks flat.
Dandelion was on track with the black hole because we'd have to be living on black hole Earth.
It would kind of mean too if light was bent by gravity that the stars in the sky aren't even where we're looking, you know?
I already say that anyway.
Since people have shot lasers across the Earth horizontally and got the same elevation at both ends of the laser light, that means that the light is curving at the exact rate that the Earth is curving. Are you saying that the Earth appears to be flat because the light is being bent into a flat view?
No, so the issue is with a laser beam, you're able to view a laser beam much further away than supposedly if the Earth is flat, right? Or sorry, if the Earth is curved, right? Backwards. Perhaps all I'm theorizing is that gravity bends the light coming from the laser, allowing it to go further.
That would mean you'd be able to see the laser at its location of start.
You wouldn't be able to see the starting point from the laser, but you'd be able to see the light bend around the Earth.
Okay,
Maybe that's
so
what people
you're
are seeing.
viewing the laser light. The laser light looks straight, right? Now, the Earth is curving, right? Now, the laser light that looks flat is going across the curved Earth, and it's curving at the exact same rate as the Earth. So now you're viewing a straight light as or you're viewing a curved light as straight. So are you viewing the curved Earth and it looks flat because of it? Because regular light is not as intense as laser light, and the laser light looks straight as it curves at the exact same rate as the Earth does. Because the elevation on both sides of the beam across the large body of water or a large area of land, it's at the same altitude. Because if the laser light was straight and it was not being bent by Earth curve, but the Earth was curving, then the altitude of the laser light at the opposite end of the laser should be at a higher altitude because the ground is curving away from it, right? But you're saying that it's the exact same curve rate as the Earth. So then you're viewing a flat world. Gravity is causing the world to look flat.
Yeah, that kind of is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Kinda,
So
yeah.
you have to believe the opposite of your senses. And you have to bend over backwards to make your senses make sense.
I don't think it's really bending over backwards. It's just understanding that, light
Well,
is made of photons and those can be affected by gravity.
Well, what you just agreed to is that the world looks flat, but it's not actually flat. To the extent that laser light is now bending at the same curvature rate as the surface of the Earth because of gravity. You're accepting that you will never see, ever, the curve of the Earth. But it's there.
Yeah, I'd really like to do some of these laser tests myself.
Do it. Scrutinize it as to your heart's content. Do you know the rate of curvature or the distance to the horizon? Or how to calculate the distance to the horizon with the radius value that they've given you?
No, I remember it's like so many inches per mile or something. I don't remember exactly. Like what?
The distance to the horizon with a radius value of 3,959 miles is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. So if you're 1 foot above the water and you look out in front of you with the radius value they've given you, the horizon where things disappear should be at 1.2 miles. If you're at 6 feet, should be about 3 miles. If you're at 30,000 feet, because you want to be in a plane, that's about 218 miles. If you're at 44,000 feet, that's 250 something miles.
Or you kind of got to do the laser tests at sea level for them to be valid,
Yeah, because I mean, the
Absolutely.
sea level is the basis for all horizontal, altitude reference, right? Sea level being 0 on that baseline, and any altitude above that being,
Have you ever been
above
on the
sea level.
ocean in the ship?
Yes, I've been on a boat.
It sure looks flat out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and at certain times of the day, if the sky and the ocean match the same color, you don't even see a horizon line.
Well, hey, Giga, I'm going to tag you in a video that I'm putting in the chat for you to watch.
Sure.
This is a flat Earth explanation of what refraction is, why they're using refraction. It's a good little explanation. It's like 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah. This is kind of what we were trying to talk about. I've never done any of these tests myself, so I'm not really speaking from experience.
No, that's fair. It's odd that, you're not speaking from experience on the test and you're not speaking experience on the globe, but you choose to defend the globe, which tells you the
Yeah,
opposite of what your senses are telling you
like
anyway.
most people, I've never been to outer space and I've never just seen the Earth, so I can't really,
Well, let me ask you this:
Is
what's
that
the
the only way
idea?
you can
What
figure?
makes you
Sheep.
go ahead?
This is important. Is that the only way you can figure it out? Is to go to outer space? It's the only option available.
I think that's the only way you could actually know.
So
You need to
you're
see
not.
it.
So nobody's ever gonna know except for the 27 Apollo dudes. Everybody else
Yeah,
just has
and
to
people
believe
in the
them.
space station and people that's been to
Well, they
space.
can't see. Well, hold on. They only see 3% of the Earth, so we can't rely on them.
Well, they could see that, you know, many of the continents are on the back of the Earth, you know.
They only see 3% of the Earth from the elevation of the space station. 3%. That's if they could see the entire circle of the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a little slice of it, right? So we can't rely on them. They don't see the Earth as a globe. So the 27 Apollo astronauts, that's it. We're going, putting all our chips on and what they fucking say. That's not the good bet. I wouldn't take that bet, bro.
I would like to
That's
see
not
it
the
for
only way
myself.
we can do it, though. We don't have to go why I don't understand why people get this idea why you have to go far away from the thing you want to know about to figure out what it is. If you wanted to know if, like, your table, you had a table and you want to know if it was square, would you frickin' walk a mile away and look at it? Or
I would
would
if
you
I was
just
an ant.
measure wouldn't you just measure the table?
I mean, if I was an ant, I'd probably walk away from it and look at it.
If you were an ant, but you can measure it. So you're an ant with a tape measure.
Right.
Or a laser.
I
That's
don't
the
have a
thing
tape
about the
measure that
laser
can
test
measure the whole
because they're
world, though.
measurements of the surface of the Earth. Because we can just measure the laser height. And the Earth should be curving away from the laser. Right? If the Earth's a ball, it curves away from the laser. And that the laser and the Earth should get further and further apart with distance.
I gotta add this real quick, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead, Sheep.
Giga. The idea that you could become an astronaut and go do the things that they say astronauts go do, right? First of all, you'd have to be selected for a pilot program in like the Air Force or the Navy. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go into astronaut. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go on a mission. So there's a lot of selection processes that go on. Most people don't even make it to the astronaut training part.
Yeah, because you'd have to be
Regardless
really
of how good.
dumb. You have to be really dumb to be an astronaut, right? That's what I've observed. Look at Tom Pettit. Most people aren't dumb enough to be astronauts. I totally agree. They wouldn't pass the first initial intelligence test because they would score too high.
Hey, dude, you know what you should do? And this happened recently. This happened on December 1st. There's a guy named Danny Jones, and he has a YouTube channel. And there was a debate between an Apollo astronaut and Bart Sabrell, who made a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he would ask the astronauts to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. And instead of doing that, they either ran or took a swing at him. Most of them ran. Only one person took a swing at him. So anyway, the point is that Bart Sabrell and a guy that says, I went to the moon. You should go watch that. And go tell me if you think that guy actually went to the moon. Based upon his responses. Because he brings up something that they said that, like, you couldn't go to the moon with one rocket. So they said it at the time. They've said it even now. They're still saying it. They're saying that in order to go to the moon, you need like 15 rockets. Because you need a rocket you need to put your rocket in orbit, and then you need cargo ships basically to bring fuel up for that rocket to go from the Earth to the moon. And this is what they've been saying when they actually do the math. This is what the math says that they have to do. So they bring this up to this astronaut, the guy that says, I went to the moon, and he just goes, well, they never told us that. Hey, what about the Van Allen radiation belts? Well, they never told us about them, so I guess they, you still, like, things don't kill you if you don't know about them now? That's convenient. But, I mean, the point is that, before you rely on these people as, like, credible witnesses or anything like that. I don't know why you would do that anyway, because like Sheepdog pointed out, they're all in the military, especially back then. You might want to, if you watch that, I guarantee you're going to be like, what the hell? There's no way that people went to the moon. And if there's nobody went to the moon, you got to think nobody has seen the Earth in its entirety. With their 2 eyeballs, right? So how do you even judge any image of somebody showing you the Earth, right? Because you've never seen the Earth in its entirety. You can't even judge the image. And that's where we're at, right? So why should we rely on that garbage evidence, right? Of trusting this guy, trusting this image, trusting when we can just measure
Are you
the Earth
saying
and
that
know for certain.
satellites don't exist?
They exist in what sense?
That we've put satellites into
Who's we?
orbit
You're
and they
not
have
one of them,
cameras
dude. You're
on them
not a
that can see the
spaceman.
Earth? You have
You're
never
not a
seen those live
spaceman.
streams from
There is
camera?
no we. There's no we, dude. You're not a spaceman. You didn't do
I
anything.
don't need to be a spaceman to know that we have satellites
There's
in
no
space
we,
orbiting Earth.
dude. There's no we.
I've literally seen it with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah,
I've
but
seen
you didn't
satellites
do
every
anything.
night. You go
We
look
don't
up at
have
the sky, you can
satellites.
see
You
satellites.
okay? How
With
do you
your
know
own
where?
eyes,
How do
you
you
can
know
see
they were orbiting the
satellites.
Earth? Okay. How do you know they're orbiting the Earth?
I don't understand the logic
I'm
here.
going to ask you a question. How do you know the little light you saw in the sky is orbiting the Earth?
What else would it be doing?
That's not asking me a question doesn't tell me how
You know
you know it's
how many
something orbiting
objects
the
are
Earth.
orbiting the Earth now? There's like countless thousands
Yeah,
of
so
man-made objects orbiting the
so
Earth.
check this out, bro. So check this out. Astronomers recently released a study. They went over now this is in the Astronomical Pacific. It's an astronomy journal. They looked at old photographic plates from before satellites, and you know what they found? Satellites. How did they find satellites before satellites in 1947, before Sputnik?
There's ancient technology up there. We've got antediluvian technology up there too. The work of fallen angels. Yeah.
Oh my lanta.
That's also really interesting.
before
That's
the
also
flood
really
put
interesting to think about
satellites
is that
around
there
the
is
Earth.
Antediluvian
This is the
satellites.
hope you want to come up with?
The trebuchet method of orbiting freaking.
the
Sure, they didn't orbit
Have you heard of
monolith.
Have you heard of the Dark Knight satellite?
Have you heard of?
That's an instance of one of those.
Have you heard of the Anunnaki? They genetically altered human beings to dig gold so they could bring it back to freaking Beta Reticuli.
Yeah, that's a lie from Satan. But yeah, go ahead with that.
That's a lie from Satan, dude.
It is.
The globe is a lie from Satan, brother.
They're fallen angels, and they've been deceiving mankind for a very long
globe
time.
is a lie from Satan.
The
What's an
Anunnaki
angel?
It's a way to sidetrack you from believing in
Okay,
the
so
real
why?
religion.
So
Oh, he's one of those.
No, so
Okay,
check this
yeah.
out.
Flat
So
Earth is a
why?
sidetrack. Yeah,
Why did
rethink your
God?
whole life, please, sir.
Why did God create a reality
flat,
from
your
which you
brain is.
can't perceive that? Oh, shut up. Why did God create a reality that is completely deceptive, right? The Earth looks flat, but it's not really flat. And it seems
'cause you're
stationary,
too-
but it's
too-
not really stationary.
too
And
small
then he
to
wrote it
see the
and then
scale
he
of Earth, like,
had the prophets
obviously
write
it's
it
not
down in the
flat.
book called the Bible, and they also said the Earth was flat,
It
like
says
clay
that the Earth
pressed
has
into
4
a sea. Why are
corners.
you talking over me the
4
entire
corners of
time
the
I'm
globe.
talking? You can
There's
go
a
on
new
mute.
interferer. There's a turbo dick coming in. Yeah, so we're back to Giga, and Indio's asking you a question. You probably couldn't hear it because a guy was rudely interrupting and derailing. So maybe you want to just give him. I don't know. Did you hear it, Giga? The question.
I just went and got a Coke Zero. I just got back.
Can you repeat it, Indio?
I don't even remember what it was, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's the same question. You've asked it many times about like why would God be a trickster type thing.
Oh yeah, I was kind of talking to Turbo though. So yeah, why would God create a reality which was tricking us and just not real? That's not what it really is.
Oh, was Turbo the guy who claimed that flat Earth was a trick?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got confused. My bad. I don't know who muted Turbo, but you can unmute him if you want. I didn't know that you were asking him that.
He doesn't need me. He just talked over me. He just talked through me anyway. So
okay.
I thought Turbo was saying that the globe model is a trick.
No, he said
Satan.
He said we made satellites, and then he started talking about the Black Knight because the thing that he thinks is satellites that he saw in the sky. Like I don't know if you heard this. They really about like a month ago, an astronomical journal said they went over photographic plates before there were satellites, and they saw satellites, which don't make sense, right? If they're man-made artificial satellites put in the orbiting the
I've never
Earth.
believed in the round Earth more than when I saw a satellite train being deployed. Like,
what do you mean
right
by
over
man-made / artificial?
So you think that those? So you think that you saw a bunch of Starlink satellites. So you saw a refrigerator from 250 miles away.
Damn.
You got good eyes, bro.
I sure did. They were bright in the
Why?
sky.
Because they say if you saw 5 lights in the sky, that's a satellite train? Because that's what they said on TV? Like, serious?
Well, there weren't
Hey, there's
stars.
a lot of things that, like, a lot of things with these satellite things is that upon further inspection, what they say is possible actually isn't possible. It can't possibly be what they say it is. It can't be a freaking refrigerator 250 miles away that you can see. It's pretty far. Like, I don't know. Think about something that's 250 miles away from you by land and how long it takes to drive that far. And now imagine there's a refrigerator in that place. And do you think you can see it?
Well,
Like,
all I
that'd be
could
like a
see was the
refrigerators in
bright
like
light.
Philadelphia. That'd be like seeing a refrigerator in Philadelphia from Boston.
It was just a bright light.
Yeah, it was just a bright light. And that's all they are. Like, that's all people see. They see a bright light, it transits the city. You have no idea how high they are, how fast they are, if they're orbiting or not orbiting. That's why when people say we, it tweaks me because they don't have nothing to do with any of that shit. They saw a light and adopt a story and adopted a belief in a story, and now somehow it's their story too. This is like it's like your football team winning the Super Bowl. You're like, we won the Super Bowl. No, you had nothing to do with it. You're just a freaking person looking at the TV that somehow identified with some sports team. And that's what it is. They're just identify. Oh, I'm part of the spaceman. No, they're not spacemen. You're not a spaceman. There's no we in any of this shit. And actually, Crip pointed that out that they like if people are like projecting themselves as spacemen, like their identity, it's part of their identity. Like, this is the space age. We're all gonna go to Mars. No one's going to fucking Mars. And I just told you, you really, really, dude, I really highly recommend go watch that Danny Jones video. Okay. So they have. Okay, so there's a guy from a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day. His dad works for NASA. This guy grew up with being around NASA people his entire life. Okay. He did the calculation on going to the moon. 15 rockets, dude. Werner Braun said 3 rockets, all bigger than the Empire State Building. Elon Musk has said something like 15 starships to go to the moon. Oh, he deafened. Fantastic. Just talking to myself.
We heard you.
I had to mute that. Another guy tried to come in and run interference. I have a sneaking suspicion these are collaborators with Giga. That he's actually not alone.
Yeah, I don't know. We've talked to him before. I can't really remember how it went. I just remember his name. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. I got confused when he started doing the religious argument. I thought that was the same guy. Usually I'm decent at distinguishing voices, but maybe I'm losing my touch. Could happen.
Yeah. It's like, I think it's the universal whininess of Gen Z. It just all sounds the same.
I think so. I seriously just thought that was the same person the whole time. Yeah, there's actually been studies about that. I don't know if you've seen that people's voices in general are becoming more robotic because they're so used to one, listening to a bunch of robots talk to them, and two, training their voice, like if you're using voice to text, or I guess people talk to their robots in their house. Like, I don't talk to my robot, but I don't have a robot in the house to talk to, but I know people do. But my point is they've learned, you have to talk in a certain way for the robot to understand. So then they just are generally becoming more robotic. There was an article and study about that. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, it's been a couple years since I read that. I'll have to look for it.
Actually
So
shocked. I
yeah,
first noticed people using that voice to text like 5 years ago. I'm like, people actually use that crap? Like a lot of people use it. It's actually shocking. Like some people only use that exclusively. All they do is talk to their phone. Like
oh yeah,
for
I use
texting,
it
right?
sometimes. Like I don't mind
I
using
use it
like
sometimes,
yeah,
but
yeah.
there's some people that's all the only way they interact with their phone is like talking to it.
Oh
Like their
yeah,
little
I know what
buddy.
you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we had Teddy Ruxpin, man. We didn't have that. You could talk to your Teddy Ruxpin. He pretended to talk to you. I guess the phone pretends to talk to you.
Yeah, people's imaginary friends. Yeah, talk back now. Yeah, it's a new
And
world.
it's always listening, right? So you're gonna stub your toe. My toe, and they're like, rub some alcohol on it. Use a Band-Aid made by Band-Aid brand. $3.99 down at the local Walmart. We get an advertisement for your wound. I think I just gave him an idea. Shit.
Add it to your list of ideas.
Yeah, they're gonna work it into like people ask ChatGPT for all this information, and then they're just gonna work in advertisements. Did you see that? OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT, is now partnered with Disney.
I
So
did not know that.
you're gonna be able to make Disney like AI generated content using the actual Disney characters, and it won't be like copyright infringement. Now Disney owns shitloads of like intellectual property. They own the entire Star Wars franchise. They own all their like Disney cartoon animated characters, but they own a lot of other stuff too, like the intellectual property rights. So get ready for some Disney freaking pornography because people are obviously going to twist it, and it's going to be unstoppable.
Which Ray Bradbury story was it where it opens on him like wandering? The main character is like wandering through the streets, but like he's the only one outside because everyone else is just like glued to their screens inside. I can't remember when it came out. It was like unusual, right? That was like a futuristic view, right?
Yeah.
Which one is that? Is that Fahrenheit 451? I don't think it is. I think it's a different one.
No, it's
Yeah.
not Fahrenheit 451. That's the book burner guy. Where the firemen
Well,
starts
that
fire.
yeah.
Cheating his books. I can't remember the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I haven't read it since then. Oh, Giga is back. Were you asking Giga a question? Hi, Giga.
Give me a chance to see if he's alive in there.
Yeah. Is that an eagle on
I
his
never understand the
PFP?
position of
Or
like
is it a phoenix?
I'll actually never know what the Earth is because the only way you can tell is to go to space.
And those guys are so like shady and like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they should be forced to like actually watch those guys talk. Like you said, like the guy who's in the interview, he sounded like a clueless person who had no idea what was going on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is your hero that's telling you what your world is like. The one in the interview we were talking about. We should post
Oh
that link
yeah,
for him.
I
Did you
am. I'll
post the
do it.
link?
No,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna do it now.
Yeah, because everybody who's relying on the so-called astronauts to give them their worldview should totally be forced to like listen to some of these guys actually speak and yeah, say, oh, does he sound like a real sharp, trustworthy dude there? Yeah, so you're gonna just put your life in his hands. Yeah, let me know how that works out for you. Old dude says it's called The Pedestrian. I never would have remembered that's what is called. I think it was like maybe it was in like a short story anthology or something. The Pedestrian, Ray Bradbury.
Yeah, it was a short story, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, The Pedestrian. Thank you, old dude. It's a 1951 Ray Bradbury short story about Leonard Mead, a man who enjoys solitary evening walks in a dystopian future where everyone else stays indoors, mesmerized by television, making his behavior seem deviant and suspicious to the automated police. Totally. Yeah, this is our life now. Thank you, old dude.
So, Gig, I posted a link to that interview Yeah, this should be eye-opening to anybody. Just think about your own experience and like you've gone somewhere like say a movie. Like, hey, dude, tell us what was it like going to the movie theater? And then you would tell the story like from your first person point of view about what you experienced. These guys never do that. Even if they talk about the experience, they'll say things like they'll describe the experience as like they'll say things like Chris Happier used to do this all the time. Earth from that vantage point, you see, or they don't even say you. They say the expanse is wide and broad, and it will leave quite the impression. They don't even say like none of it is like in the first person. They talk about it as if they're reading like from like a generalized universal experience, not from a personal experience, which is very strange. Because if you actually did that in real life, you'd be freaking blown away.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, because that is their role as they either see it or have come to just embrace it so wholeheartedly they don't even realize it is their role is to define the worldview of a generation. And that guy, that's what he seemed like in that interview. He was so clueless. Like he was not ever used to having any kind of, real-time pushback at all. You know what I mean? Like he'd never personally talked to anyone who like didn't believe his story. It was very odd. Like,
well, he talked to Bart. Even Bart was like, "I called you 10 years ago." Like, so he's talked to this guy before. They're not strangers.
That is weird. I didn't know that. That I guess I missed that part. That's really interesting that he's even talked to him before, but he acted like, "You're not just accepting this fairy tale as true? Like, what? I can't even believe it." He seemed like that was just out of his realm of experience. You know, you're just supposed to believe the story because I thought everybody was under a spell here, guys. What happened?
Wasn't he in his house whenever he told him to get out?
I don't know if it was that one. Maybe. I don't know if it was that guy. I don't think it was this guy. So that guy, no, I think that dude was. This guy went on one of the last. It supposedly went on like the last one or the second to last one. 18 or I don't freaking know. But it's very. I mean, all you got to do is watch it. You can know instantly this guy is just like he's acting. He's just like playing a role. It's easy to tell. And like they didn't give him an extensive script. And this is what I was talking to talking to Dandelion and a couple others about this. It's like, so it was a psyop on the American public and the world. Who maintains the psyop? Like, what happens when all these people die off? Who keeps it going? Did they like pass the torch to some other people? Keep this moon hoax going, guys. I know you weren't even alive when we started it, but it's your duty to keep the moon hoax going.
Well, I think that's why they have the we'll go back next year. We'll go back 5 years. We'll move it to 10.
Yeah, I think the moon landing was propaganda designed to scare the Soviets. You know, like, oh, if we can land a rocket on the moon, we can definitely land a nuclear weapon on you. You know.
I think the Soviets and the United States are just both bullshit, quite honestly. And that they just want to control their domestic populations. And they have a lot of, like, every nation has that one thing in common. They do not want the rabble to grab their torches and pitchforks and take over. So you keep them distracted with bullshit. Bread and circus. We're great. We have a space program. We're just, I mean, there's other things to this. I mean, I wish Yoder didn't leave because there's unclassified documents that says NASA like when it was created, that the purpose was to create the impression that we were so technologically superior that no one would go against us. It was completely made as a psyop. That's where it started, as a psychological operation. In their founding documents. Yoder has them all. He's not in here right now, but I'm sure they're in our DMs. But I mean, that alone, that the documents have said that we're not actually doing anything. We're just making people think something. Got it. Probably in our DMs.
Yeah, didn't you do one of the podcast episodes was when he was talking about that?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. I can post a link to that too.
I'll post it. Oh yeah, I don't know what that movie is that old dude's posted, Operation Avalanche. When did that come out? I'll look it up. "2016 thriller slash comedy."
Is it the Nature versus NASA one? Was that the one? I think it is.
It's short. I know it's short. It's, I can't remember what the title is. If I looked at the list, I could probably figure it out.
Okay.
It's only like, I don't know, like 10 minutes long or something?
Yeah, it's about 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Good idea, Dandelion. I got this.
Thank you. I listened to the latest one, the Russian girl one with Wolfgang. That was good.
I know, wasn't it? It was awesome.
Yeah, I like that
Freaking
one.
doing good. That one. It's funny. Wolfgang. He must be like the stud of Spotify because anyone he's in does the best.
Oh, really? Yeah, people are like secretly Wolfgang fans. Yeah.
They
it's
must
pretty-
be.
It looks like that movie Old Dude posted came out in 2016. I don't think I've heard of it before. Operation Avalanche. 2 young CIA agents are sent to NASA under the false pretense of making a documentary to investigate reports of a mole. But once there, they become entangled in a much bigger conspiracy involving the Apollo 11 mission. I don't know how I managed to never hear that.
Huh. This is. I'm looking at the Spotify analytics. No, that ain't that long ago. Seems like name dropping.
What's name dropping? What do you mean?
The episodes with someone's name in them does the best. So other than the ladies, Flat Earth ladies, that automatically gets a whole bunch of views.
Yeah, too bad you guys drove us all out of Flat Earth. Almost. Me and Over Fences are still here. You guys failed. Your goal has failed. You haven't gotten rid of all of us, as long as there's one lady standing.
That's it. I'm joining.
Not you,
Breaking in,
Indio. I'm
I
sorry.
gave Tactical Joy this stack of documents, Indio. He can post like all the PDFs. Those aren't all the PDFs actually, but most of the PDFs I posted for him, so he can re-host them here. I gotta go though. I can listen.
All right.
Yeah, I've got one that's still wanting to load. 5918 is taking longer to load than the rest of them.
Well, I'm not going to be
As
around to
soon
see
as
it
it
because
decides to finish loading,
Dandelion
it'll be
convinced me to
posted.
join the Feminist Flat Earth server, so I'm out of here.
Oh, shut it. Don't even get me started.
Yeah.
Talk to your buddies about their documents. Yoder's
Did you
shown
know?
up with what you asked for.
I'm not. There's actually a Feminist Flat Earth server. I'm not joking. It actually exists.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine I would like that, but yeah, if you want me to infiltrate it, I'll do my best.
Wait, yeah, did Level Lioness get banned from 24/7?
Not to my knowledge.
No, she did not. No, she chose to leave and then she returned. Last I knew, she was back. She left of her own free will and volition and then returned of her own free will and volition.
Okay, this is a screenshot from the server. Discover where you can search servers in Discord. See, Feminist Flat Earth Center.
Yeah, I probably should go in there just to do some recon, right? Find out what they're about.
We joined. I can't remember. This is back in the day. We joined some feminist Flat Earths. It wasn't Flat Earth. It might have been that one. I can't remember. It was so funny. They just went crazy, and then they would like the reason they could get away with it because the chat would like delete everything in their like general chat would delete everything in like 5 minutes. So you could just say whatever for 5 minutes, and they would just auto delete. So you would never be able to report like TOS violations. So people were just going off the chain. Oh, that was like the woman. You couldn't type the word men in the server. MEN.
Oh, that's funny.
So you couldn't type women. You couldn't type men. Like if
Gosh.
you had to put an X like where the